Let me know when we're good to go.
Mr. Mayor, you are live.
Thank you so much. Let me call this meeting to order, regular meeting of the governing body, March 29, 2023, 5:03 PM. Madam Clerk, can you, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Michael Garcia. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Rivera. Invocation and remembrances led by Councilor Cassett. Please stand and face the flag.
So tonight for our invocation and remembrances, I want to remember those who lost their lives in the shooting in Nashville. And the fact that we once again have to contend with the fact that children and educators were murdered in a place that is supposed to be something for learning and growth and opportunity and work, and just how devastating this is. I can't really say that I send thoughts and prayers anymore. I mostly just send anger. And so I'd like to read this poem called America is a Gun. England is a cup of tea, France a wheel of ripened brie, Greece a short, squat olive tree. America is a gun. Brazil is football on the sand, Argentina, Maradona's hand, Germany, an Oompa band. America is a gun. Holland is a wooden shoe, Hungary, a goulash stew, Australia, a kangaroo. America is a gun. Japan is a thermal spring, Scotland is a Highland fling. Oh, better to be anything than America as a gun. So tonight, I hope that we can be remembering those individuals that lost their lives and continue to do the work to see how we continue to make our community safe with whatever power we do have for us, as well as continuing to work with those at higher levels to continue to work for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other remembrances tonight? People we've lost? Do you want to call to mind? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to honor the life of my great cousin, Lorella Lovato, who passed away a few weeks ago, and we laid her to rest last week. She was like an auntie to me. She was one of the most generous people I know, very thoughtful, non-judgmental, cariñosa, and she could grow and make anything flourish. And I just wanted to send love to my family and friends and her friends, and just she'll be missed as the matriarch and caretaker of that side of my family. So que descanse en paz, Lorella. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others? Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, I'd like to take a moment to remember my father, who today would have been his 79th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Let's bow our heads, take a minute, remember the names we've just heard. Think about the people who are sick, who are suffering, who need help, who need our prayers. Let's send out thoughts and prayers to everyone who is looking for assistance, help, and healing. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Cassett. Here. Councillor Chavez. Here. Councillor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Councillor Michael Garcia.
Present.
Councillor Lindell. Here. Councillor Rivera.
Here.
Councillor Mayor Here. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda as published?
Yes, Mayor. Item 17B has been withdrawn.
Okay, so that will not be on the agenda for tonight. And any other agenda changes before we approve the agenda as amended?
I'm sorry, 17B is petitions from the floor.
On my agenda, it's public comment on bills.
17B on the public side is consideration of a bill 2023-12, Mayor Alan Weber, a bill approving the sale of a city-owned commercial condominium.
Correct. Public comment on bills. First comment, no action is 17B, and we are removing that from the agenda.
Okay, well,
Is that numbered differently on your screen?
so I just refreshed and on our side, number 17 is petitions from the floor.
So why don't you read the item so there's
Yes.
no
Yes.
confusion?
The item being removed from the agenda is on my version 17B, it's consideration of a bill 2023-12 sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's a bill approving the sale of a city-owned commercial condominium and improvement located at 500 Market Street within the city and county of Santa Fe, New Mexico, to State Properties of New Mexico LLC for an amount 1.5% above the appraised value.
So that will come off the agenda. Any other changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Not to the primary agenda, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second? We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On the consent agenda, I believe there is one item that has been removed as well.
That's correct, Mayor. On the consent agenda, item K has been removed by Counselor Chavez.
With that, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. There's a second. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, I think we turn to item 8A and a little fun.
Yeah,
Can you,
very excited.
can
Yes.
you introduce it to us, please?
Absolutely. Item 8A is recognition of our St. Mike's High School Volleyball State Champions.
And I would like to recognize Counselor Rivera to say a few words about this, if you wouldn't mind. We'll all get into this.
So I've been on city council for 12 years and we all razz each other up here about St. Mike, Santa Fe High, Capital, Prep, wherever you went to school. So this is a great day for me as a St. Mike's alum. I get to tease everybody. Class of 84, but we're so proud of all of you, the way you represented yourselves, of course, St. Mike's. So we wanted to take this moment just to honor you and just to tell you exactly how proud we are of all of you. So the way we're going to do it is Coach Sandoval will come up. The mayor will read the sample proclamation and then she'll introduce all of you, team and staff, coach, and then we'll all participate in a photo and a cheer.
Thanks, Counselor. If you'll take a stand behind the podium, I would just like to take the opportunity to read what this Muchísimas Gracias certificate says, and then I'll turn it over to you, Coach. It says, well, this one is for you. It is to Valerie Sandoval, St. Michael's High School varsity volleyball team head coach. The city of Santa Fe recognizes the excellent teamwork and athletic skills displayed by the St. Michael's High School varsity girls volleyball team in their state championship win at the New Mexico State Volleyball Tournament. Thank you for representing Santa Fe across the state of New Mexico with your strength, talent, and determination. So each one of you will get one, and Coach, will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for honoring myself, the school, and these 12 amazing student athletes. And I always call them students first. And I'd like to talk a little bit about that first before I get into our season. I have 12 young women on this team, and their average GPA is 3.998. I have 6 of them that are above a 4.0, and I have a junior, and I got to call her out, Ceciliana Ruiz, who has a 4.62 GPA. We have a little competition. The program has 7th grade through varsity, and it's about 70 amazing young women. And we have a little competition at the end of the year about what team has the best GPA, and it's big bragging rights. And this year, and almost every year, the varsity team wins. So 3.999 was very good. And so we always put our academics before our athletes, before our athletics. And so I'm really proud of them about that. We had a fantastic year. We were 26-1, which is the best school record that in St. Michael's volleyball history. Yes. We were the Moriarty tournament champions. We were the tournament of champions. We were the city champs, beating Capital, Santa Fe Indian School, Santa Fe Prep, and Santa Fe High. And that's a huge bragging rights in this town. So that was amazing. We were the district champions as well as your 2022 state champs. So. And I am feeling pretty good about this next year. It's we only have 2 seniors that we're losing, and we will miss them dearly. So I will start by introducing them first. Senior Carmen Pacheco. Senior Carly Gravel. Junior Captain Alana Overton. Junior Ceciliana Ruiz. Junior Danielle Padilla. Junior Rebecca Bagwell. Junior Captain Alex Crispin. Junior Mia Duran. Sophomores Victoria Victorino. Captain Marisa Sandoval Moya. Jane Erickson. And Maya Pino. And my amazing assistant coaches, who I couldn't do any of this without them. Varsity assistant coach Gabrielle Baca Vigil. Corinne Bakta. And Jolene Ulabadi, who couldn't be here with us tonight, but she is another assistant coach. So thank you so much for all your support. Yeah. No. I'm all, no, John. Pictures are. Confirm.
Keep smiling.
Yay. Thank you all for being here tonight. You're absolutely welcome to stay for the entire city council meeting. I know you'll find it enjoyable and fun, just like a volleyball match. Or not.
Mr. Mayor, just so I can start the bragging right away, but we have a boys St. Mike's basketball team that we need to honor, as well as a girls dance team that took state.
We have more people to recognize, and it always opens up the meeting on a good note. All right. Madam Clerk, do you want to take us to the next item, please?
Oh, we lost that. Sorry, Mayor. I think that was me. I told them they didn't have to stay during the council meeting.
Oh, we could learn something.
Presentation, next item is 8B. It's the quarterly update from the Community Health and Safety Task Force.
And Julia, you're gonna plug in the machine and get us an overhead. In the meantime, while we're waiting, either Councilwoman Villarreal or Councilor Rivera, do you want to set the stage at all?
Can we get the TVs on as well? I think we have people that are on the task force.
Zooming in.
That have zoomed in.
Yeah.
But just continuing with our quarterly reports, this is the first one for 2023. That's why it's labeled first quarter update, even though we've done several of them. It's the first one of the year, and we're just continuing our work. It was a little more difficult this last quarter because we have so many people on the task force that are involved with the legislature in some way, shape, or form. So it was a little bit slower, but we still managed to do quite a bit of work, and still continuing to work with Dr. Sanchez from UNM. So I won't steal too much of Julie's thunder here, but that's where we're at.
Great. Councilwoman, you wanted to say, you're good? Okay. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, city councilors. So I am not Valeria, but I will do my best at presenting the information as well as she does. So we'll just go through some updates and the priorities. Thank you for giving that opening remark, Councilor Rivera. Again, here are a list of members, our co-chairs, as well as our community members. Our first quarter updates, the task force has again done regular bi-weekly meetings. Working group sessions do happen in lieu of task force meetings. Dr. Sanchez provided an update on the community engagement survey, as well as some preliminary data points. There's been quite a few learning sessions this quarter, as well as some legislative updates. The learning session this quarter, the task force received presentations by Kate Field on the Santa Fe Crisis Center and the Mobile Response Unit. There was a presentation, a really heartfelt presentation, I'll say, by the Santa Fe Fire Department, by Captain David Brocious on mental health of first responders by the fire department, as well as a presentation on the Regional Emergency Communication Center, RECC, by the director, Roberto Lujan, and that was specifically on 911 dispatch. So just some working group updates from the Community Engagement and Alternative Approaches Working Group. Starting in January, a survey was done with a random sample of City of Santa Fe residents by Dr. Sanchez and his team through UNM. They did reach their target goal of 300 engagements. That information is in the report that was submitted. In February, Dr. Sanchez presented those preliminary data collection samples, as well as giving us an update on the second phase of surveying, which is currently in process. The second phase is really going to be focusing on hard to reach populations served by local nonprofit organizations. And that survey is going to be open until the end of April. The other part of the surveying is going to be 6 focus groups and 20 individual interviews that are going to be conducted. These are going to include hard to reach communities not represented in the citywide survey. So the focus is really going to be on folks who are incarcerated, on probation or parole, immigrants, and folks who are unsheltered, and those currently using substances. From the Policy and Practices Working Group, they're continuing to assess and formulate recommendations based on research, the learning sessions, presentations, and information provided by staff. And then kind of a snapshot on what's going to be happening in this next quarter of this work. The task force is going to continue to work with the UNM Center for Social Policy and getting all the data analyzed. And those key findings are going to inform the final report, which will have all the recommendations from the task force. And again, the task force is going to be formulating a report of recommendations to submit to the governing body. And that's all. Any questions?
Questions or further context you want to provide? Or if there are people on the Zoom call who would raise their hand, make sure we don't ignore them as well. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add for the learning sessions, the presentation we had with Kate Field was also with Nicole Alt with the Santa Fe Fire Department, and who's the behavioral health director. So that was a good balance. I just wanted to add her name in there because it's not on the slide. And that's it. Thank you.
Other questions or things you want to ask about either of our chairs or of Julie or whoever else? I can't really see who's on the in the Zoom room at the moment.
Mayor, Valeria is on Zoom, but she has not turned on her camera. So
Okay,
we had the presentation on display instead.
very good. Questions from the council, from the governing body? Other comments? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We will wait the next update and wait for recommendations.
Great. Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Thanks for being here. Madam Clerk, what's our next item?
Mayor, the next item is item C. It's the audit update for fiscal year 21.
Good evening, everyone. And I am Emily Oster. I am your finance director. I'm pleased to be here tonight to give you an update on the status of our fiscal year 2021 and 2022 audits. There's been quite a bit of media coverage, and I want to make sure that I address that in my update tonight. I really want to emphasize that some of the narrative that's out there really takes away from the hard work that many city employees are doing to get these audits done. So I really want to acknowledge first the team here at the city, both within finance and citywide, that is working very, very hard day in and day out to bring the city into compliance with the audit requirements and modernize the city's financial processes. I also want to really acknowledge the seriousness of the situation and assure you that the city is taking thoughtful, deliberate, and strategic actions to get these audits completed as quickly as possible and ensure that we're on track for success with future audits. I'd like to tell you some more this evening about that progress that we're making and to address a couple of factual issues that have come up in the last couple of weeks. So I want to start with back about a year ago when the audit team first pulled out of its engagement contract. There was a change of leadership. As you know, I joined the team as the finance director. And then more recently, we've hired a new chief procurement officer, which is a very exciting step forward. Beyond that, we've focused on filling other key positions within finance and organizing the finance department to ensure that team members are in the positions that best maximize their skills and performance and to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the entire team. So to put that in the words of the great Jim Collins, we're getting the right people on the team, right people on the bus, and we're making sure that they're doing the right job for them. So that means we're making sure that they're in the right seats on the bus. I apologize to Jim Collins for butchering his quote, but you get the idea. So we need to get the right people on the bus and into the right seats on the bus. And we're focusing on doing that in the finance department. We've instituted a citywide mandatory month-end close process, which is so critically important to putting us on the path to making sure that future audits are completed on time. This imposes financial discipline throughout the city to make sure that we're getting transactions recorded, and it helps us prevent things from falling farther and farther behind. In FY23, the city has successfully closed its books for each month of the fiscal year. And I am just really want to express gratitude to both finance staff and to people all over the city who've learned new processes and procedures and really embraced and committed to this financial discipline. And this is a big change. You know, this is a very big change. It's hard to describe it in words that really convey the significance of this. I think there's been some comparison to, you know, if you don't open any of your mail from your bank or any, you know, financial mail for a year, you just put it in a box and then you take it to your tax preparer at the end of the year and say, well, here's everything I got. That's a very different situation than someone who is balancing their checkbook every month or every week and tracking their expenditures. You know, both ways you can get to the end product that you need to, but if you do it as you go, as we are now with our month-end close process, that year-end effort that's required to get to completion is a lot less significant because you've been working on it throughout the year. So that's not a perfect comparison, but just to put it in perspective, the month-end close process is very, very important. It feeds into a year-end close process, which is also very important. The finance department is getting ready to issue a 6-page memo with deadlines for this year's year-end close process. Those will be starting this week and leading up all the way through late July so that we can close our books in August and be prepared for our FY23 audit. Notice there's a little bit of feedback. Do I need to adjust?
I think you're coming through clear.
Okay, great, terrific. So month-end close, very important. And we've been on track every month of this fiscal year to close. And we're now preparing for the year-end close for fiscal year 2023. The next item that I'd like to highlight is the successful upgrade of the Munis system. The Munis system is our ERP system, which is used for processing financial and human resources actions citywide. And this upgrade is the sort of genuine success story that really illustrates the great work that's being done here at the city. So really want to talk about that. Specifically in relation to the city's audits, the upgrade is a significant improvement in terms of processing time and the ability to extract reports from the system. The upgraded system is boosting our productivity and it sets the stage for the ability to increase automation in the future. So right now in finance, we spend a lot of time taking information out of one system and putting it into another system. A good example is the utility billing system. We work closely with the utilities team to extract information from the UCIS system and get it into Munis. We also have the same situation with Kronos. We have 16 different systems citywide that accept cash. And all of those, we have to get that information out of those systems and put it into Munis. So that takes a lot of work by a lot of people. And what the Munis upgrade does is it allows us to automate that process in the future. Feedback or okay? Okay, all right. So the Munis upgrade is critical to future automation, which will allow us to reduce manual work, and that will dramatically improve the timeliness of our efforts. So that's really, really important. Having upgraded to a newer version of Munis allows us to move towards automating those transactions coming across from the other subsidiary systems and eliminating that a lot of that manual work, which is both very time consuming and prone to errors. You know, whenever you're taking information and then people are handling it and it's going into a different system, you have the potential for error. So from an internal control perspective, the best thing is for the computers to talk to each other and the people to stay out of the way in that regard. The next item that I want to address is the S&P Credit Watch. So there's been quite a bit of media coverage of this. About a week and a half ago, the S&P Global Credit Rating Agency placed the city on a credit watch. And this has, like I said, been heavily covered in local media. And we really wanted to take a moment to talk about what happened and what does that mean for the city. So I just really want to clarify that although the notion that the city is facing a downgrade has been covered and has been discussed in the public, that's not what's on the table right now. The S&P press release does not make any mention of a possible downgrade. Rather, it has provided that the city's rating is at risk of being withdrawn. So I really want to explain what is the difference between a downgrade and a potential withdrawal. So the first thing that's very important to note is that S&P has not made any statement regarding the credit quality or rating level of the city. So those are the types of things that would signal a downgrade if they had concerns about the city's ability to repay its debt, that revenues weren't at a level that would allow us to make the bond payments. That's when we might see language that would indicate that they were worried about the quality of the credit or the city's rating level. I also want to note that S&P's action is not specific to the city. The city was one of 149 entities that S&P placed on the credit watch, all because of late FY21 audit reports. And one of the primary issues that's been cited is the availability of accountants and auditors, both on the municipal and on the government side, and on the audit firm side to actually perform this work. You know, nationwide unemployment is low. Locally here in New Mexico, it's very low. And in the financial sector, it's lower than the average across all sectors. So there aren't enough people to do all the work that is needed to meet these requirements. And S&P did acknowledge that in their information that they put out. Just circling back on what is the difference between a downgrade and a withdrawal. So a downgrade would be a negative change in the city's rating, and that would signal a deterioration in credit quality. To put that into day-to-day terms, you know, if my credit score goes down, that would be the personal equivalent of a downgrade in credit. So for example, say I'm unable to continue making my car payment, and that affects my credit rating, that would be similar to a bond rating being downgraded. If a governmental entity misses a bond payment, that could signal a downgrade. If there's concern about the ability to repay the debt, that could potentially result in a downgrade. A withdrawal is totally different. A withdrawal means the credit rating agency doesn't have all the information they need to make a decision about their rating. So back in the personal credit world, if I'm applying for a mortgage, you know, the mortgage broker is of course going to run my credit. They're going to look at my credit score and figure out, you know, do I have a history of repaying my debt? Am I likely to be able to make these mortgage payments and, you know, honor the terms of the agreement? They're also going to ask me for a lot of documentation. They might ask me for my pay stubs. They're going to ask me how much money I make, but they're also going to ask me for documentation to support that. They might ask me for things like tax returns, things, just other documentation to make their decision about whether or not to issue me a loan. And so that is where we're at with the city. The credit rating agencies want the audited financial statements. It's part of the required disclosure. And at this time, we don't have them available yet. We're working very hard. We're doing everything we can to get them available as soon as possible, but we can't hand it to them today. So that's where, the difference between a downgrade and a withdrawal is really significant. A downgrade means there's concern about the ability of the borrower to repay the debt. A withdrawal means that the required information isn't available for the rating agency to make their decision. They're not synonyms, and I just really want to emphasize that they shouldn't be carelessly interchanged. With regard to other rating agencies, there's been some discussion about what other rating agencies might do in reaction to this news. So there are a couple of factual points that I want to emphasize there. The first is that the city is not currently rated by Moody's, and it hasn't been in a number of years. The last debt series that was rated by Moody's is the 2008 General Obligation and GRT Revenue Bond Series. There is a reference to 2018 action on Moody's website, but the last bond series that was actually rated by Moody's was 2008 series. And the city made a decision around that time to switch over to Fitch. So prior to that, prior to the 2009 series being issued, the city was rated by S&P and Moody's. And then with the 2009 issuance, the city made the decision to switch over to Fitch and S&P. The city's rating history with Fitch and S&P has shown consistently strong ratings with no downgrades since 2009 and comparable ratings of AA or higher between the two agencies for each series issued since 2009. So that means that the rating issued by S&P and the rating issued by Fitch is in line with each other. And that's what investors want to see. Additionally, I want to call your attention to Fitch made several announcements in October and December of 2022, affirming their AA+ rating for the City of Santa Fe general obligation bonds and also the water and wastewater gross receipts tax bonds. I just want to read a couple of excerpts from their media releases when they reaffirmed their ratings back in the fall. In regards to the general obligation bonds, Fitch said, the city's AA+ bond ratings reflect ample revenue flexibility, demonstrated spending control, a moderate long-term liability burden, and the maintenance of superior financial resilience. In regards to the water and wastewater bonds, the Fitch release cited the system's exceptionally low leverage in the context of very strong revenue defensibility as a key factor in supporting the ratings. And all of Fitch's ratings were affirmed based on unaudited information after the FY21 audit was already late. On that note, I just want to talk about what is a bond rating and who uses it. Why is it important? So bonds are a form of debt financing, and governments use bonds to borrow against future revenues. So in the case of general obligation bonds, we're borrowing against future property tax revenue. And in the case of GRT revenue bonds, we're borrowing against future gross receipts tax revenues. And the reason that we do that is so that we can finance capital outlay, so that we can have infrastructure needs met, and so that we can, put that money to work in terms of deploying capital infrastructure and outlay dollars. Bond ratings are used by investors to determine the level of risk associated with a particular investment and the amount that they're willing to pay for that investment. Bond rating, an investment with a lower rating is higher risk for investors. And that usually means that the borrower, which would be the issuer of the bonds, will have to pay a higher interest rate in order to sell their debt. I already talked a little bit about mortgage shopping, so I won't go through that again, but you can kind of think about this like personal borrowing. It's not an exact comparison, But, the bond rating is used to evaluate the creditworthiness, and investors that might purchase the bonds use that to determine how high risk the investment is and how much they're willing to pay for it, and how much interest they're going to demand from the borrower on that investment. As far as what the S&P action means, which I just want to remind us all that the S&P action is a credit watch. They have not taken any action with regard to the rating. So what does that mean? Well, what it doesn't mean is the impact on the FY23, the current year operating budget, is none. We're not currently using any debt financing in FY23, and we didn't plan to issue bonds in FY23. So there's no impact on the current year operating budget. The FY24 operating budget that's currently in development is also not impacted. We don't use debt financing for operations. This is for capital outlay and infrastructure. What that means is there's no day-to-day impact. The main impact of a bond rating comes when a city is issuing new bonds, or whatever the entity is issuing new bonds. And the rating impacts, like I said before, how easily the bonds can be sold and how much interest the borrower will have to pay. Although the city does have infrastructure needs that we would like to address with debt financing, the current interest rate environment makes it a bad time to issue debt. Even putting all other issues aside, rates have doubled since early 2022, and they're still rising. So it would be a very expensive time to issue debt, even if that was if we were doing that in a vacuum. Another thing that I want to address that's been reported in the last 2 weeks has to do with reporting requirements. The city, under the state audit rule, is required to submit quarterly reports on its audit progress, which we are doing. And I was pleased to provide to you both the original quarterly report and the addendum, which addressed questions that were asked by the auditor on the original report. There was a suggestion that there might be a monthly reporting requirement. After having searched through relevant statutes and spoken with DFA staff, we're not aware of a monthly reporting requirement. I'm certainly glad to prepare whatever reports might be required, but at this time, it appears that the only requirement is the quarterly reporting. To conclude my remarks, I really just wanted to acknowledge the frustration and just say this is taking longer than anyone wants it to, myself included. I am going to be thrilled. The day that we submit our FY21 and then the day that we submit our FY22 audits to the state auditor's office is going to be, like Christmas times a million, or, whatever is a great day in your house. Halloween times a million might be the appropriate one for my house. So, it's very important. And the seriousness of the situation is not lost on me. The finance team is working tirelessly on this. And, these are people that really want to get this done. They're trying very hard. They're doing their best. And they're under a tremendous amount of pressure. So I would just ask, all of us to take that into consideration, that these are, real people, friends and neighbors that are doing this work, and they're doing their best. And everyone wants it to move faster. And so we're doing everything that we can. And I understand that it may not matter until we get there. What really matters is that we get these audits done. I understand that, and we're on it. We have the right people on the bus in the right seats, and we're doing the work. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Oster.
Mayor.
Councilor Merrill-Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster, for that very thorough presentation. I think it's very helpful to get information out about what is impacted and what isn't impacted by this latest news. And I thank you for your presentation. I want to thank your team for the hard work that they are doing under extraordinary circumstances. This is a very hard environment to be working. And I just want to shout out to those folks for their work. And, I wish everybody the best in terms of getting this done. You mentioned a couple of times, and I'm just going to ask you, you take this seriously.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, I take this extremely seriously. Absolutely.
And your team takes this seriously,
My team desperately wants this to be done.
right?
They are working so hard.
Right. And I think everybody on this dais takes this seriously. We want to get this done.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, this is the top priority across the city. And whenever I ask for anything from any department of the city, people drop everything. You know, I see that happening every single day. And, I really can't express how much gratitude I feel. It's an all hands on deck situation. All departments of city government are affected by the audits, and everyone is helping us to get this work done.
Okay. And you mentioned that there are others who are on the S&P list, and some of the issue is that there are a lack of the appropriate professionals, both within the entities being audited, but also by the firms that do the auditing. That being said, though, you have now in place what you need to get this done.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, yes, we have the right people in place. We have an excellent consulting team in Clifton Larson Allen. We have a fantastic audit team in Carr Riggs Ingram, and we have an incredibly dedicated group of employees within the finance department and citywide that are all working on this every single day.
And let's just go over that again. So Carr Riggs Ingram, they are the external auditors. They're the people who are taking an objective, independent look at our books. So they're the entity coming in from the outside, assessing that we're doing things right, and they're going to issue a report, and it's going to say, what things we're doing right, what things we can improve on, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilor, yes, that's correct. Clifton Larson.
Go ahead.
Carr Riggs Ingram. Carr Riggs Ingram is the external auditor, and they are the ones reviewing our documentation, and they're the ones that will issue an opinion on our financial statements at the end of the audit.
And Clifton Larson Allen, and they're so similar in name that, but they're household names around here now. They're the ones who are helping your staff, your team. They're the team that we hired to supplement our internal team to make sure that we could do the work that needs to be done.
Yes, absolutely, Councilor. The team from Clifton Larson Allen has talent from all across the country that are helping us with these audits. And what they really bring to the equation is a national talent pool. We have CPAs from Minnesota, from Pennsylvania, from all over the country working on our work, helping us get through these audits.
And that helps when you mention it, and I'm forgetting the name of it, but when the external auditor, Carr Riggs Ingram, asks you for things, and you have a specific name for that, remind me what it is.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, it's called the PBC list, prepared by client. So this is the list of items that the city provides to the auditor, and then they perform their audit procedures on those documents, on those items that we provide.
Right.
And Clifton Larson Allen, as our consultant, is helping us prepare those items. Carr Riggs Ingram, as the external auditor, has to maintain their independence. So they can't help us prepare the PBC items. We either have to do that ourselves or we have to have a consultant to help us. And that's what Clifton Larson Allen is doing. And it dramatically increases our bandwidth. It's just incredibly important, given the amount of work that we're trying to complete in as short a time as possible, that we have that support from Clifton Larson Allen.
And that you're doing two audits at once, not only the FY21, but the FY22. So again, back to your bandwidth, super important in terms of getting this done.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. This is a tremendous amount of work, and we're trying to do it in a very short period of time. And having the consultants is an essential piece of making that happen.
And let's talk again about what happened with CNP that brought this all back to the surface, right? So we were placed on a credit watch, And the reason, my understanding is the reason we were placed on a credit watch is because our FY 21 audit is over 365 days due.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, that's correct. We were told that S&P has an internal policy that requires this action of a credit watch when an entity's financial statements are not available within 365 days of the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And I think if you're a layperson, the term credit watch, might send up red flags, right? Credit watch. Oh my gosh. The city maybe can't pay their bills, maybe has some insolvency problems or revenue problems or ability to pay its bills, but that's not what it means.
No, absolutely not. I really can't emphasize that enough. This action is based on the availability of information. It is not based on any doubt about the city's ability to make its bond payments and to repay its debts.
And if it were, we would have gotten a downgrade, but that is not what we are facing at this moment.
That is correct. We are not facing a downgrade at this moment. S&P has indicated that there's a potential for withdrawal of the ratings if we can't provide the required disclosure information. They have not mentioned downgrade at all.
Okay. Or a suspension. So right now we're just kind of in a holding pattern, and but nothing has changed in terms of the work that's being done, the expertise that's in place, and your team's work towards getting towards the end.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, that is correct. This credit watch action does not affect the completion of the audits. We still have to go through the same steps. We're trying to do them as fast as we can. We were trying to do them as fast as we can before this, and we are still trying to complete the audits as fast as we can. But this action by S&P doesn't affect the procedures that the auditors will be performing.
Okay, and then I just want you to clarify one thing. You talked about the bond ratings and how those are significant. And you talked about how the environment right now is not great for issuing bonds. We are not in a position where we're wanting to even issue bonds. I mean, eventually we're going to want to do that, but right now it's too expensive. And if we had if our bond rating was impacted, you talked about the interest rate being high, and it's high right now because of economic factors. But if we had a change in our bond rating, it would also make the interest rate higher, and that expense is on us.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth. So generally speaking, the lower the bond rating, the higher the interest rate the bond issuer has to pay in order to get investors to purchase.
Yeah, and that's where I want to clarify. The bond issuer would be us, the city of Santa Fe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, that's correct. We would be the issuer or the borrower in this context.
And it's the people out there on the bond market buying our bonds that would care about what our rating is, because it makes that debt more expensive. Well, or no, it makes it more risky on their end, but more expensive because of the risk, makes it more expensive for us because we have to pay a higher interest rate. Bond markets, I think, I remember in grad school, I think it's again, for the layperson, it's kind of hard to understand. So I just wanted to be clear about who the parties are, right? We would be the bond issuer. There are people out there who would buy our bonds. Them buying our bonds would allow us to have the money that we need in advance of tax revenues we're anticipating to do some capital projects that are needed by the city. And that's the way that works. And if I've stated that incorrectly, please correct me.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, you got it right on. So we're the borrower or the issuer of the bonds. People who are purchasing our bonds are the investor. And in order to get people interested in purchasing our bonds, we have to offer them an interest rate that's competitive.
Okay. And then just one other thing you didn't talk about that I want to talk about because it was mentioned in press is the McCard report. And as we know, that report detailed a lot of things the city needs to be doing to kind of right the ship. And we know that some of the things that were in there would take time and couldn't be done overnight. And you alluded to some of the things that I think were outlined in that McCard report that we have done, and we are making progress in getting the internal controls, the policies and procedures in place, and the systems like the Munis system that will help us in the future to have on-time audits. There was some reporting that suggested that we were all done with everything in the McCard report. And I just want to be very clear that while we have made significant progress, and you outlined a couple things that are super important in what that report outlined, we still have more things to do.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, I agree with that. The McCard report outlines a number of areas of improvement, some of which the city has made significant progress on. For example, one of the recommendations of the McCard report was that the city implement a modern accounting system, an ERP system, and the city has done that. We now have Munis. We have the Munis system, and we're working on adding additional functionality to Munis to just increase the functionality of that tool and increase the automation of some manual processes. Other recommendations from the McCard report, such as implementing policies and procedures for all city departments, are underway, but that's a very extensive effort. We're still working on getting policies and procedures implemented. And those are just two of a number of recommendations in the McCard report. But I do agree, we are still working through that report. I have a copy here with me tonight, and I do reference it often. So we are making excellent progress, and we are continuing to use the McCard report as a guide going forward in future decision making.
Yeah, and I think, when we lost our last external auditor, the Finance Committee went through that report recommendation by recommendation to outline what it said, what we were doing, where we were in terms of getting that done. And it's something that I just want to say, I think the Finance Committee will be going back to after the audits are complete to continue the work that needs to be done. We know that, right now, I want your team solely focused on the end goal, which is getting these darn things done. And we have a budget. We're going to start hearings on the FY24 budget next month. And so those two things are those are the front burner things. But we're going to go back to the McCard report and the work that's being done and making sure that you have what you need in order to get those recommendations in place. And I guess I'll stop taking up any more time, but I do want to correct the record. It was quoted in the paper that I was not concerned about the situation we're in. And I just want to be very clear that I too take this very seriously. And I, with your team, with the city team, we know this is serious, and we're working to get the audits done. We're also working to fix the internal systems and processes and to put in place the technology we need to enable timely audits going forward. And so I just want to correct that there isn't anybody who doesn't think this isn't important. And I don't think that this latest S&P action changes our seriousness about this. We are very serious. It also isn't changing the work that's being done to reach the end goal. We are still marching forward. Everybody is still in place, working very hard. And I just want to, again, thank your team and thank you. These are extraordinary circumstances, and I know they're not easy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster, for being here this evening. Do want to thank you and your team for all the diligent effort you've been providing since you've come on board. I know folks have been trying to climb Mount Everest times 10 with the situation. And as you mentioned earlier, it is an all hands on deck effort because it's not just the finance team that's working on this. It's all city staff including SWAMA and BDD. So this is really a big lift. And so just want to continue to push energy and effort in your direction because it's going to take a lot of energy and effort to get to where we need to be going. I do want to make a couple comments before my questions because the McCard report was commented on earlier, and I think we need to look at another process where we begin to evaluate ourselves because the McCard report is 7 years old. In the finance world, that is ancient. And for us to continue to keep referring back to the McCard, I think we need to develop a new vision, assess where we're at, and we might actually have new challenges that might need to be addressed. Thinking McCard report is the end all be all right now, I'm not confident in that because it is 7 years old. The recent information from S&P has me deeply concerned, much more concerned than I was before. And the reason being, and thank you for clarifying for the public withdrawn versus downgrade, et cetera, because the potential first step in a downgrade is a withdrawal. And I think we need to understand that, and the public needs to understand that that is still a real possibility. We need to understand that if there is a withdrawal, that is not the end result. There is potential further actions that can be taken against us. And it was also mentioned earlier that we are not currently looking at issuing bonds. Well, I definitely know that recently we had been discussing issuing bonds, in particular, from what I recall in our Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting. And so I don't know if we've now pivoted and changed course due to this recent news, but I know that issuing bonds was projected for us. And with that, I do have a request for staff regarding what our plan was, because I think the public deserves to know what bonds we were planning to issue and what needs we were wanting to meet with those bonds, because we have a great deal of needs in our community. And so with that, Ms. Oster, I got a couple questions, because in the release from S&P, and I don't know if it was a press release, I don't know if they communicated to us, all I've gotten is what looks like a general press release stating that those on the list have to provide financial statements within 30 days. So with that being said, that was issued March 13th. Are we going to be able to meet the S&P's 30-day request to submit financials before a withdrawal is considered by S&P?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I first just wanted to make a clarification. I think you said that a downgrade is a withdrawal.
No, I didn't. A withdrawal can ultimately lead to a downgrade. A withdrawal is, I think the way I look at it is, and the way I was taught is, the withdrawal is the first step, because there could be potential steps after a withdrawal. Am I understanding the process
Mr. Mayor and
correctly?
Councilor Garcia, if the bond rating is withdrawn, there would be nothing to downgrade. We would no longer be rated by S&P. We would have to take steps to get our rating reinstated.
Right, but it could be reinstated at a downgrade. Am I understanding the process correctly?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I don't want to speculate about that. I think we would start the rating review process.
Is that an option? That
S&P.
if it gets withdrawn and it gets reinstated, it would be reinstated as a downgrade. Is that an option?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I think S&P would be the one to make that decision. I really can't speculate because it would be their rating. So
I think.
a
that-
withdrawal of the rating means they don't rate us anymore. So there
Correct,
wouldn't be
but-
anything to downgrade.
Correct, but obviously you don't want to answer the question because there is the possibility that if we are reinstated, a reinstatement could be a reinstatement at a downgraded grade. That is a possibility. I understand you don't want to answer that question. That's fine.
Point of
Mr.
order.
Mayor, yeah, Counselor.
Ms. Oster did not say that she did not want to answer the question, so.
I asked a question, Counselor Cassett, is if that was a possibility. And she's not providing an answer to the question, though.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I don't know the answer to the question because I'm not the rating agency.
Okay,
I will say though, in my opinion, a withdrawal doesn't lead to a downgrade. A withdrawal leads to the entity not being rated anymore by that credit rating agency.
let's move on to the next question, please. So the original question was, are we going to be able to meet S&P's 30-day deadline?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, we're working as fast as we can to complete these audits. And I don't know the answer to that. I think we're doing everything we can every day to move forward and to complete these audits as quickly as we can, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I can tell you that I believe that we're taking every step that we can as the city to complete these audits as quickly as we can.
So
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, if I may interject real quick, I'd like to highlight as well that the city actually has shared financial statements with S&P. They're just not audited financial statements, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor and City Manager. We've provided unaudited financial statements to S&P. And I actually have a call with the city's municipal bond advisor and S&P tomorrow to talk about, ways we can move forward from here. So I really think that the idea that this is a foregone conclusion, that S&P is just, on the 30-day mark, they're just going to withdraw ratings for 149 municipal issuers nationwide. That seems unlikely to me. It's their decision, but this could have a broad impact. This isn't just the city of Santa Fe. This would impact potentially 149 entities nationwide, including school districts, water utilities. It's not all municipalities, it's different types of entities.
thank you, Director Oster, but with all due respect, I'm concerned about the city of Santa Fe, not anybody else on the list. So I think if I'm very surprised that we're roughly 2 weeks out from that deadline date, and we should have, are we 50% of meeting their goal, 75%, 80%? Are we, we should have some type of indication if we're going to be able to meet that goal or not. I think we know the work ahead of us, and I think the public deserves to know if we're not going to be able to meet that deadline. That way we can begin to work towards the next steps, whatever that may be.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I am working towards the next steps right now. I'm meeting with S&P tomorrow to understand. We're currently in a 90-day review period with S&P. So I'm meeting with them tomorrow to determine next steps.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, you had mentioned the other rating entities. Is it common for others to have similar paths? And the way I look at it is to put it in kind of more layman's terms for the public, because we were referring to, kind of credit scores, et cetera. Usually if you get dinged on one entity's credit score, the others are going to follow suit, maybe not the exact same, or if your credit rating goes up, other rating entities are going to make it go up, maybe not follow the same, but the path is typically similar. Is that similar with bond ratings?
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Garcia, we had a review with Fitch, which is the other entity that currently rates the city's bonds. And they affirmed their ratings in October and December of 2022. They used a different process than S&P. They have different policies and procedures. Similar to, Experian and TransUnion, they might have different policies and procedures. They might do some of the same things. They might do some things different. But S&P, has this policy that they've told us they have to have the audited financial statements within 365 days. Fitch was able to conduct their review in the fall using unaudited information, and they were able to affirm their rating.
Okay, thank you for that. I do want to point out, though, that was 6 months ago and it was prior to S&P's actions. So it'd be interesting to see where Fitch is now with this current situation, if you've had discussions with them.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Garcia, it was in October 24th and December 21st of 2022
Okay,
that Fitch affirmed their ratings.
so one is roughly 6, one is roughly 4 months. I mean, that's still a long time, and it is prior to the S&P information coming out. So I'd like if we can have any updated information, if you've had any updated conversations with Fitch, because I think
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Garcia, I have not heard anything from Fitch, nor has our municipal bond advisor. To my knowledge, he hasn't mentioned any contact.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can interject as well, Councillor as well. I want to highlight and underline again that when Fitch did reaffirm all their ratings, the 21 audit that is that question for S&P was already late. So when they made their first ratings affirmation in October, it was near a year late. And the second rating that came in was over a year late. I just want to flag that. So it's not, the audit being late was not new information to them. They knew it at the time.
Right, but the S&P information is new, and that's big. I mean, I don't want to minimize by any means the recent issuance of information from S&P. It is big, and to say that it might not have an impact on Fitch's decision, only they can speak for that at this moment, and that's where my curiosity and question is, if we've been in discussion with them. If not, can we begin to be in discussion with them to see how it might impact them, given that I think you said that's who we've used most recently was Fitch, or?
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Garcia, the city is currently rated by 2 rating agencies, Fitch and S&P.
Okay, so if we can begin to be proactive and reach out to Fitch and be as transparent as possible with them and let them know where we're at with S&P. Because I think it would help us as we progress through this process.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Garcia, if I can respond to that.
Sure.
To your comments, I appreciate that. I hope that you recognize that no one on my team is trying to minimize the news of S&P. What we're trying to avoid is overhyping it. The finance director right now and her team are fully in the middle of 2 audits, the budget cycle kicking off here in a few weeks, getting ready to do a 3rd audit starting in July. And so part of what we've been trying to do has been to streamline the work the finance department can do. And so I'm happy to discuss with Director Oster when would be an appropriate time to reach out to Fitch. But to some extent, I sort of feel like this is also like calling Coca-Cola and saying, do you agree what Pepsi did? I'm not sure to what extent reaching out to Fitch right now helps Director Oster and our team get the audit done. And that is primarily what we're trying to do. And so that has really been a focus for us, is to been, what can we push aside? What work can be postponed? What can be done so we can get the audit done? Because from our perspective, we are very near with 21 being done, 22 hopefully being done a few months after that. And so the hypothetical scenario of the worst case scenario of what happens when we're withdrawn and we're downgraded and the worst happens, we think is hyperbole at best, because we feel so confident about the work that Director Oster is doing and her team is doing, that we feel so strongly that 21 will be done very soon, 22 will be done shortly thereafter. And the steps that she outlined earlier illustrate that we're in a place that this is going to be a thing of the past. Audits will not be late. And I get, and you know, I get to some extent, this has been going on for so long. And I think, I don't know if it was the mayor, Councilor Mayor Worth, who talked about the palpable frustration that we all feel. We all feel it. Anyone who reads the paper feels it, who watches the news, who walks in and out of this building, everyone feels it. But what we're trying to do is draw that fine line of taking it seriously, not really just maximizing what we think to be some outsized media coverage around something that, to the finance director's point, the work they were doing the day before the press release came out hasn't changed since the day after the press release came out. They're still doing the same work, pushing as hard as they can, have made structural changes, procedural changes, systemic changes, technological changes, personnel changes. We're on the right track. We're doing all we can to keep it on the track. And so for me, what we're trying to avoid is any scenario that diverts us from that track. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, City Manager Blair. I do have to say your analogy of Pepsi and Coke is completely off base, because the folks that issue our bonds are the ones who help us to pay for our infrastructure and ultimately determine if we can get that done based off of our credit ratings, our bond ratings. And it's important. It's critical, because without that, the city's infrastructure will deteriorate. I mean, it is already doing that right now. That's why we were looking at issuing a bond to begin with major upgrades. And I think that is why I'm disappointed you used the word overhype because of the S&P release, because that is huge information. It is the first step in saying, hey, look, there are major issues here, and the city needs to be doing everything it can to ensure that our bond ratings aren't impacted, because what ultimately that will trickle down to is infrastructure needs being pushed off for X amount of years. And by no means am I minimizing the work that staff is doing. I know staff is working their tails off on this. They're working night and day, and I want to acknowledge that. I acknowledged that at the beginning of my comments. The matter at hand is that ultimately the work has not gotten done, and I think that's where the public is concerned. Now, the bond ratings folks are concerned. The state auditor is concerned. I haven't had conversations or communications with DFA, so I don't know if they are concerned. But I think we are in a situation right here that can really hurt the residents. And I think that is where I want the public to have all information possible, because ultimately this is their dollar at the end of the day. This is their government. These are their services. This is their community. And if the city can't hold up its end of the bargain to provide the services that they pay daily with their taxes, then I don't know how we regain the trust of the public. And so my last question is, if we don't meet this 30-day deadline, do we have an action plan in place?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, yes, we're meeting with S&P tomorrow to discuss next steps.
Okay. And will you share that plan with the council? Because I think one of the frustrating things is time after time, information comes to the council via press release or outside information. This recent S&P downgrade came from the state auditor. I know you had mentioned, Director Oster, you were getting ready to, it did come to us from the state auditor. It hit my inbox first from.
Counselor Garcia, I'm just disputing the words of the use of the word downgrade. We've not been
Oops.
downgraded.
Oops, I apologize. The S&P credit watch list information. And I think that's information that should have been shared with the governing body when it came to our attention, the city's attention. That was issued, I think, the 16th, the state auditor's letter. The S&P release was issued on the 13th. And so all I ask is, please provide us with timely information, because finding out information, whether it's from the state auditor or the newspaper, is not beneficial to us as the policymakers, because we then get asked questions, whether it be from the media or staff or the public, and we don't have an answer because we haven't been given the information yet. So that's all I ask as we're moving through this process. Please provide us with timely updates, because this is, as you mentioned, an all hands on deck issue, and we are 9 pairs of hands that are on that deck with you. So with that, thank you for all the effort. Thank you for everything you're doing. I always say this, if there's anything we can do to help you with the lift, please let us know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think the
Mr. Mayor,
city
if I may.
manager wants to make a comment, and then Counselor Cassett has her hand.
Thank you, sir. 2 things I just would like to respond to. At the beginning of your remarks, Counselor Garcia, there was a question about the intent of going out to bond, and Director Oster will be more eloquent than I, but my understanding is that there are bond cycles throughout the year. So we can't just decide next Tuesday we want to do it. I think there's a cycle in the fall, maybe one in the winter. And so the precursor for us to be able to go out to bond are getting the audits done. And so until 21 and 22 are submitted, deemed completed by the state auditor, we can't go to bond. And so the system that we've been looking at right now is to be flexible, to be able to possibly go out to bond in the fall or in the winter. And again, from a capacity standpoint, without overwhelming Director Oster and her team, our specific intent has been to wait until the 21 audit gets in. That's one less thing on their plate. And at that point, begin to work with Director Wheeler and other leadership staff about being in the best position. So when we do get the green light from the state auditor, we are ready to go right away. So I don't think there's been any change of plans or nefarious intent on anyone's part. I just think it's that's sort of where we're headed.
Can I
Yes,
let's
ma'am.
jump in on that too? So Director Oster, let's say we had all our audits in, we had high bond ratings, we know we have infrastructure needs. Would you recommend that the city in this economic environment issue bonds if we were able to today?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, I would not. Municipal bond interest rates have doubled since this time last year. It would be an extremely expensive time to borrow. And rates are still going up.
Right.
We don't know what's going to happen in the future. There's instability in the financial sector as a whole. And, the risk with borrowing right now that we would lock in an interest rate that was prohibitively high is too much. I wouldn't recommend that the city take that on at this time.
And again, just to be clear, the interest rate is borne by us. It is our cost to borrow those dollars ahead of us receiving the tax revenue that supports them.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, that's correct. That's the interest that we pay to the bond holders for the benefit of getting money up front.
I'm going to go back to the city manager, and then Counselor Cassett has the floor next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to flag as well, from myself on down, my leadership team works incredibly hard to share information with the governing body as quickly as possible. Many of us are in meetings 6, 7, 8 hours a day, if not more. The finance director herself is juggling 2 audits. Any inference that we're withholding information or not sharing it timely is not a function of anything other than the busyness of our work lives. And I feel like, at least in the time that I have been here, I specifically have worked very hard to ensure that we are forthcoming with information and sharing all that we can with you as quickly as we can. And I think my record reflects that's the case. And I think that is absolutely the case with Director Oster. I appreciate the frustration sometimes. I know that the state auditor hand delivered information to our state delegation. We never saw a copy of that. I don't know what was in it. The press release that went out yesterday, we didn't see that. I don't know what was in it. And so while I appreciate that there can be frustration that sometimes we don't get it to you as quickly as we'd like, I apologize if that's the case, but it's just because we're busy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up about city services and concern that this would impact city services infrastructure, as we have discussed. Yes, we do know that we are not receiving our legislative appropriations from the past, I believe, 2 sessions yet. And that we also, there's this discussion around bonding, which of course are other factors. Director Oster, as you mentioned before, I just want to make sure this is stated, our operational budget. So this is people coming to work every day, taking out the trash or, picking up solid waste, running the recreation centers, running the libraries, cleaning up the parks, filling our potholes. All of these day-to-day tasks for the necessary functioning of the city, both internal and external, are not impacted by our bond rating. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Cassett. The operating budget is not funded by debt. We actually can't borrow for operating purposes. If we want to borrow money, we have to use that on capital improvement. So, that is correct. Things like the operations of the library, the maintenance of the parks, those things are funded with our operating dollars. The bond rating doesn't affect our FY23 budget or the budget that we're building for FY24. And in fact, the city hasn't issued bonds since 2018.
Okay, thank you. And we do still have some capital projects that are moving forward, correct? I know Director Wheeler is not here, but we have not stopped on all capital projects, correct?
That's correct. Mr. Mayor and Councillor Cassett, just in the last couple of meetings, you all have approved grant agreements with the State Department of Transportation for 3 road-related capital projects. That's just one example. In the latter part of December, November, December of 2022, we had 3 projects for aging and long-term services for the Mary Esther Gonzalez Senior Center that got approved. So capital money is still flowing.
Correct. And the teen center still moving forward. Airport, correct? Is that things are actively moving at the airport? Mayor, city manager.
Hi, sorry about that. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Cassett. Yeah, the airport's moving forward. Our airport manager is actually here tonight. We are working towards the terminal being completed in October and the parking out sort of exterior structures being completed later in December. I would flag as well that we actually have been able to receive some appropriations over the last 2 years, some of which are federal dollars that pass through the state. And it's uncommon for us to ever just be appropriated the entirety of a project and we just go. Usually those appropriations come 3 years at a time. I'd flag outside of the airport, Bicentennial Pool is completed and reopened. Fort Marcy Pool is being reopened. The downtown bathroom was a success that opened. We're opening the Southside Teen Center later this year. And so we are still building, we are still growing. Not to the extent we want to be, but we're going to get there.
Correct. Thank you. And I appreciate that. I think part of this narrative that has been frustrating is that it's not that there's not a problem. We know there's a problem. We are working on that problem. The team, as Director Oster mentioned, is working on this problem every day, but the problems that are often referred to are not the actual problem that needs to be addressed sometimes. And so that is something that I think is really important, that as we look at what the issues are. Now, I am also disappointed that even if the audit was in, that we would not be able to bond right now due to the economic atmosphere, because I have a number of projects in my district that I was really hoping to get funded with those GRT bonds. And unfortunately, that's something that is not within our control. What I understand is within our control, and that is the through line of every single conversation, is that these audits need to get done and we need to get everything back on track. And so, Director Oster, do you feel that there is anything that is not being done that we have control over? I understand when we send it to the external auditor, there's only so much we can do there as well. because then it's on their timeline of when they actually are able to perform their duties. But is there anything that is not being done or anything that your team does not have that moves us towards that goal of getting 21 in, 22 in, and being on time for 23?
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Cassett, we have what we need and we just need to keep going, you know. We just need to keep going and we will get there. I absolutely acknowledge the frustration and I see the need and I feel it too. And we're going to get there. We're on it.
Thank you. And I think one of the things that's really hard with the audit is that these things just take time. I mean, and it's tough. It's, you know, when people, you know, set the goal, my previous work, to lose 30 pounds. And then it's like, okay, great. You're going to get about a pound a week. And that's great progress. And you have to keep on it. And it's hard work. And I think that it is also very important, as we learned last March, that it is not just speed, but accuracy. And so I think that it is crucial that, as you mentioned, that you're being strategic, that you are really looking at what are the steps that need to be taken to get the audit in, make sure that it is a clean audit. That's very important. An on-time audit that is modified is not something that we want to be experiencing. So really taking those steps, putting those pieces in place, I really appreciate it. And I understand that, unfortunately, if we could all, you know, be really frustrated and the frustration makes the work go faster, that's not how it works. And so I think that we can recognize that this is an issue. This has been an issue, and yet we are on a really good track. And it is almost hard to hold both of those things in our heads, because there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance, but I actually do have a lot of excitement to see this move forward, to see some of the new procedures and processes put in place, to watch how those start to improve things for 23 and on. And so I really do want to thank you and your team for all the time and energy you have put into this. And I really do recognize that you're doing everything you can. And this is it. We just have to get the audits in. At the end of the day, that's it. And you guys are working extremely hard on that. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Blair, you had something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, real quick.
I
just
got
wanna-
to go to Councilor Rivera.
In line of Councilor Cassett's comments, I just want to say what I have appreciated over the last few weeks is we've actually had some journalists reach out to Director Oster and me to ask in earnestness, not in any sort of a snarky way, why is it taking so long? What are you like? What takes so much work to do? And I think Director Oster has done a really extraordinary job explaining to them why that's the case. And we're going to try to do a better job of helping the public understand too, that it's not like it's gone into the ether, but that there are tens of people every day sitting behind desks, digging through boxes, working as fast as they can. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I think well, first, let me thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm sure you and your staff are working diligently to make sure that we get these 2 audits in on time, especially the first one, and followed up by the second. I think there's a few of us on here that probably remember the old system that we were on, and we weren't using it to its full capacity. So I think that's kind of led to some of the problems that we have now. The McCard report issued their remarks, their statements. Munis was supposed to fix those issues. So I want to know, are we using Munis to its full potential?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, we are using Munis daily. You know, dozens, hundreds of city employees are in Munis daily, processing financial transactions, issuing purchase orders, processing payroll, paying invoices, all of those transactions, HR transactions, all of our personnel actions, all of those things are taking place in Munis. We are also in the process of implementing additional functionality related to capital assets, inventory, and work orders. Also additional functionality related to grant accounting, project ledger, and project accounting. We're looking at purchasing some additional functionality in Munis to assist with treasury and cash management functions. one of the things that I really want to get in place is auto bank reconciliation, where the system actually takes data from Wells Fargo, from the city's fiscal agent bank, and matches it up to transactions. We still have to research the exceptions, but the computer can match up anything that it finds, and then we just have to research the exceptions. So we are utilizing Munis every single day on a day-to-day basis. It is a huge program with lots of different functionality available. And so we're building on what we currently have by implementing more of that functionality.
What about the reporting functions that come along with it? Are those all working? Are they functioning the way we expect them to?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, we utilize the reporting functions a lot. On the payroll side, we have a consultant who helps us a lot with reporting. To the best of my knowledge, reporting works the way it was designed. I think, there's always a need for additional reports and the ability to build new reports on the fly. I think I can say I haven't run into a situation where there was a report that I needed that we couldn't get.
Great. And I think I would agree with Councilor Garcia about the McCard report being a little out of date, and we've currently gone to a new system and maybe a new clearly not now. You're way too busy to handle that now, but maybe sometime in the future after all this is done, we can look at a new report and just make sure that we're functioning at capacity.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, I will say that the recommendations in the McCard report are, in my accountant opinion, kind of timeless. Policies and procedures are always necessary, and you're never done with that work. That's a process of continuous improvement where you constantly have to be evaluating and updating your policies and procedures. The same thing with your system of internal controls. One of the fundamental issues identified in the McCard report was a lack of internal controls citywide, and it's a strong and high functioning system of internal controls requires constant maintenance, constant tuning, constant adjustment. Even if everything about the inside of the city remained completely fixed, the outside world would change around it, and we would have to adapt. A really good example, there has been, unfortunately, a number of entities that have been hit by fraud related to people impersonating vendors. So getting a hold of the entity's forms that vendors use to update their bank account information, for example, and someone else who's not that vendor might send in one of those forms and direct that vendor's valid payments to their bank account. So that's a form of fraud that all entities, governments and private sector people, we've had to adapt to that. We've had to implement new internal controls to make sure that we're validating that the information that's being submitted is actually from the vendor, and it is, an authorized person who can make those changes. And these fraudsters, they're really smart. They really want to steal money. And so we constantly have to evolve and improve our internal controls and modify our procedures to adapt to external threat pressures like that. So I would argue that policies and procedures and internal controls are never finished. That it's continuously evolving.
They should be updated and looked at, though, on a more frequent basis in 7 years, probably from an outside agency. That's what I was trying to get to. I have one final question on bonding, and I know we're not in a position to do it now, but if for some reason SMP were to, I don't know what the right terminology is, but to stop rating us for some reason, we would still have a rating from Fitch. Would we still be able to bond with just the Fitch rating if we were in that situation?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, I think that I would advise the city to go through the process to get a second rating. The reason for that is because it would make it easier to sell the debt, to sell the bonds, and we would hopefully get a better interest rate. So, I won't say that we couldn't do it with only one rating, I would want to consult with our municipal bond advisor, but I think what I would recommend, based on my knowledge today, is that we would go through that process, which I have learned would take somewhere between 30 and 90 days. So it's, it's a relatively short period of time to get the rating reinstated and then go to market with the bonds. And we could do that concurrently with other activities related to issuing the debt.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Blair.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I wanted to go back to your first question, and I didn't raise my hand fast enough. When we transitioned over to the updated Munis system, the goal was to take the clean data that we had, move it over, make sure everything worked. And that was a great success. I mean, we don't say that enough. The great work that Manuel Gonzalez and his team, Director Oster, Bern Salazar and her team did is really extraordinary. There were minor technical glitches, but no major problems, which is huge. So what we're starting to do now, there's a whole menu of modules that we could expand into to improve the efficiency of our work, productivity. And so part of what we're doing is looking at what's already included in the package that we received that we might be paying for through a different service already. So how could we reduce a duplicative fee to save money for the city and get it into the Munis system? At the same time, what other features, as money becomes available, could we purchase to increase the functionality as well? And so ultimately the goal is, to what Director Oster was saying, is a lot of times we have to create an API, and I'm not smart enough to remember what that stands for, but it's the thing that helps one system talk to another system. Getting as much as we can into one system, into Munis, really is the goal ultimately, because it will streamline everything. And so we're sort of at the beginning of a very successful phase, but it will keep going over the next few years as we try to expand. How much can we put into the system and how much money can we save? What's the bang for the buck that we can get? So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think, under the old system, because we didn't implement everything that was available as part of that system, staff was having to perform workarounds to get purchase orders done, to get people paid. And that's what I want to make sure we're not doing this time around.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, we are using the Munis system for requisitions and purchase orders. And, we're expanding our use and our knowledge of Munis every day. As a matter of fact, I think this is a great time to mention that the finance department has several staff members going to the Munis Connect conference, which is hosted by Tyler, which is the company that owns Munis. So we are sending staff to training in May to interface with other Munis users around the country and receive training directly from Tyler Technologies, the maker of the Munis system.
Good, Council. Anybody else? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the information, Director Oster, the dialogue between everybody here. And, just a couple of comments or maybe clarifications. One of the biggest things that kind of stuck out for me was with our ratings, it directly affects our ability to issue bonds. That's correct.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the people that would be looking at our bond rating and utilizing that in their decision-making are the people who would purchase our debt.
And so again, if our ratings drop or if they're withdrawn, one or the other, it affects our ability to get bond money.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, if we were trying to sell debt right now, I think it could, but we're not currently in the process of issuing new debt.
Right.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So there's Councilor Garcia mentioned two different potentialities. One is the rating is withdrawn. That would make it difficult to issue bonds because as you responded earlier, it's better to have more than one bond rating. If our bond rating or any entity's bond rating goes down, you can still issue debt. It's more expensive. It doesn't prohibit it. It doesn't prevent it. It makes it expensive. But if your bond rating goes up, you can still issue debt. It makes it less expensive. It is an evaluation of your credit worthiness. And as long as the Fitch people commented, our our resilience and good practices are continuing and our GRT is strong, the bond rating ought to reflect that rather than anything else.
I appreciate the explanation. I still, you know, again, what concerns me is that it is a vehicle for the city to attain money and fund projects that either are in the pipeline or are being worked on or in future projects. Whether or not it's favorable to issue a bond and get the money at the time, I think it needs to be an asset in our toolbox that if need to be utilized, to be utilized. And I think that this is you know, this gravely does affect that. My appreciation to you and your team. I mean, I have really heard more about this process than I think anyone else has given us. I've heard time and time again, we're on track, it's coming along. And, you know, utilizing the word hyping it up, that something has hyped it up now. And it is causing us to have this conversation in a deeper fashion. And it's important, as Councilor Garcia stated, it's important to our community. It's important to our taxpayers that live here because they want to know, and the transparency is really what they want. They want the transparency. When are we going to get there? How are we going to get there? And you know, obviously being notified or hearing a write-up in the paper, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, wow, here we are. And so obviously the state auditor's office is starting to put a little bit more pressure on us, and now we're getting more information, and I think that's good. But I do really feel that we do need to be on time. I mean, obviously we're not on time on the last two, but we need to get there. And if we don't get there, we are failing our community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I know you don't have this number, but give me an estimate. Since you became our finance director, and thank you for doing that, how many of these presentations have you made to the governing body?
6 months, 4 or 5 times a month.
So what's your 24 times?
Over 20. Over
20 times you've come in front of this governing body, and every time you tell us with the greatest extent of transparency and accuracy that you can produce how the audit is moving forward. You give us updates on staffing. You give us updates on the external auditor and the interactions with the consultant. I think that's really something that we've lost sight of tonight. I feel a little bit like I'm watching that scene from the great movie Casablanca, where Louis suddenly says, "I'm shocked to learn there's gambling going on in the other room." We've been briefed by you consistently, accurately, and transparently at every city governing body meeting since you became finance director. Everybody's had an opportunity to ask you questions at every one of those meetings, to dig deeper into how the audit is going. Everybody has been given the exact same information at the exact same time in your effort to keep us up to speed in terms of the progress on 2 audits in progress and one where the monthly close is going to give us a great opportunity to be more timely. Counselor, am I interrupting you?
Mr. Mayor?
I just was speaking and I was distracted by your conversation.
Sorry, but you have sidebar conversations all the time and
It's not the point, sir. I was
sorry,
asking
Mr.
for
Mayor.
your attention.
Well, I'd like to be treated just as all
I'm-
the other members.
Let
And
me continue with my comments
But-
without
absolutely, Mr.
distract.
Mayor, but
So
treat
my
me as
point
fairly
is,
as everybody
Ms.
else.
Oster, my point, Director Oster, is when we look at what the S&P announcement actually means to the city and what it means to getting the work done, because at the end of the day, what we really want to do is get the work done. Does the S&P internal policy decision materially affect our efforts to get the audits done?
Mr. Mayor, it does not. We are moving forward as fast as we can with moving forward on getting these audits done. And the S&P announcement doesn't change anything. We still have to do the same work. We still have to take the same steps. And, you know, the only way through it is through it. And that's where we're going.
And in retrospect, and I ask this of my colleagues as well, in the 20 plus presentations you've made to this governing body, are there suggestions that could have materially changed S&P's letter coming to us or altered the work? Are there offers of support or additional resources that would have aided you? Are there questions we should have been asking that would have illuminated parts of the process that we've missed? I mean, I know in the moment, declaring the seriousness of the S&P letter is what we're hearing, but in retrospect, what could anybody on this governing body have asked you or offered you that would have changed our ability to get the audit done, which is the only thing that matters?
Mr. Mayor, there's nothing that I can think of. We have the auditors in place. We have the consultants in place. We're hiring staff as fast as we can. We're providing training to staff. Mr. Mayor, I think we have all the ingredients. We have everything that we need. And the thing that is so frustrating for me included, for everyone, is that it's taking a long time. I acknowledge that frustration and I feel it too. And so does the staff in finance and citywide. It's taking a long time and we're getting there. We're on it.
And we did offer everybody an opportunity to ask you questions at every one of those 20 plus meetings. And I can remember vividly people saying, thank you for being here, no questions. So I don't think there is a material change in our oversight or in your effort. I think that's not the issue. I think what we have is a difference in the atmosphere and the utilization of this letter and what it triggers for some people. In the case of the state auditor, we read today that, we've now learned that the special attention we got when we got a letter from S&P, there are more than 300 cities or governmental entities across the state of New Mexico that are late. Somehow we were selected for special attention. We've seen that before. We've seen that behavior from a state auditor before. I vividly remember the previous state auditor issuing a statement that our house was on fire and he was going to come put it out. It turned out he didn't have the authority to come put it out, and he wasn't really helping us put it out in the first place. I think, reminded of the old homily, you're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. We're looking for people who want to be part of the solution. That extends to the state auditor, who has 3 at least former city employees in his team now to help us get our audit done quickly and accurately, and your outside consultants and your willingness to interact with S&P, with Fitch, with our bond counsel. There are lots of people working to be part of the solution. And I think it's the job of this governing body to be part of the solution. And I believe you have, as you said, the right people on the bus, the right people in the right seats, and the bus is driving as quickly and safely as possible to the destination we're all trying to get to. And that is the bottom line, getting to the destination. Once we get there, we'll know what our audit says. We'll get the state auditor's evaluation. We'll move forward from there. But the language being tossed around a little loosely about downgrades. As you said when you started, let's revisit your opening remarks. S&P has not talked about a downgrade, and Fitch has affirmed our bond rating. This is important news, and it's an important way to put into perspective where we are. According to Fitch, our fundamental financials are sound, resilient, and in good shape. That's news. That's important news. Last year, our GRT was the highest in Santa Fe history. That's good news. If you look at the difference between a bond rating and your financial performance, our financial performance is a AA plus financial performance as affirmed by Fitch. So there is a big difference, I think, between being constructively concerned and attempting to be part of the solution and being concerned in ways that really aren't helpful or constructive and merely evoke a sense of anger or emotional responses to what is fundamentally a financial and accounting piece of work. Thank you. That's really been a very thorough review, and I appreciate your taking the time to walk through both what is and is not accurate about the S&P letter in particular. I think that completes this item. It is now 7 o'clock, and my guess is that we've got some people waiting to offer us petitions from the floor. So I would entertain a motion to amend our agenda to move to that.
So moved.
Just a point, we have one item on the consent that we can do quickly. And I'd like us to get through that. So can we get that done first before we move into?
Sure, that's a good idea. You want to withdraw that, and we'll do that one item that was largely taken off, I believe, as a matter of need to recuse a council member.
I can withdraw.
So with that said, Madam Clerk, let's go to that one item that was taken off of consent before we go to our petitions from the floor.
Item 9K is request for approval of amendment number 1 to item number 23-0011, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Recovery Funds, sub-recipient contract with Santa Fe Public Schools for work-based learning and paid internship programs under U.S. Treasury guidelines.
Very good.
Sorry, Mayor, if I would also continue, there's a bar associated with that. So I would like to read that the sub item is a request for approval of fiscal year 23 budget adjustment resolution bar in the amount of $389,267 to transfer funds from project ledger ECD 222400C to project ledger ECD 222400D to supplement full support of the City of Santa Fe work-based learning program from the ARPA grant.
And I believe, Councilor Chavez, you asked to pull this, so you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from this because Santa Fe Public Schools is my employer.
Very good. So if you want to step out, I would, for the rest of us, entertain a
Move to
motion.
approve.
There's a motion to approve, and there is a second. Is there discussion? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Chavez. I'm sorry, I just noted she was recused. I was typing too fast. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Then we'll get the counselor back in. And now I would entertain a motion to go to our petitions from the floor at 7 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to amend the agenda to go to item petitions from the floor. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion, please?
Yes, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved to amend the agenda.
Great. So let me begin not with the Zoom room, but people who are here tonight. If you are here for something that does not involve a public hearing, but you would like to call to the attention of the governing body, please step up to the podium now and we'll give you 2 minutes. If it is for a public hearing, please wait for that public hearing time to arrive. And the city clerk will keep the clock.
Yep, let me know, 2 minutes.
All right.
Okay,
Put that
my name is
timer up.
Stephen Fox and I've started a branch of the United Nations in Santa Fe. And I've been writing to you all for some time about this. What my remarks are this evening have little to do with that. They're just, in 2 minutes, what can you say? I want to bring up the fact that Larry Summer, the former Secretary of Treasury and President of Harvard University, about 2 months ago described the US economy as something like Wile E. Coyote coming to a cliff and then looking down and seeing that he wasn't on ground anymore. Secondly, borrowing. I've been an entrepreneur for 43 years in Santa Fe, and I go back over and over and over to something my grandfather must have pounded into me, which is George Washington said, neither a borrower nor a lender be. And all this talk of bond ratings and so on, maybe Santa Fe shouldn't borrow money. Maybe you thought about that. I mean, okay, next point. How did the United Nations Santa Fe project begin? About 3 years ago, at the beginning of this pandemic, I called the palace, the Palacio de Zarzuela, the King of Spain. And they said, like, what you're saying is, I was talking about the UN. And the guy said, like, Ruben was his name. He said, what you're saying is so important. You have to send His Majesty an email. So I sent a 2,000 word, 500 word email. And basically it boiled down for the Spanish speakers. My advice was parar los ejércitos de vacunos genocidios. Would you like a translation? It means kick out the vaccine, the genocidal vaccine armies. And I'm happy to tell you that in the last year, I've been successful in forcing Pfizer to destroy 1 billion vaccines. They admitted it. The CEO admitted it. The CEO of Pfizer is indicted for genocide by the International Criminal Court. Let's see, moving on.
I think your 2 minutes is up, sir.
Okay, well, I have more to say.
Thank you. We'll see you next time. Thank you. I believe there are people on the Zoom room who would like to participate in petitions from the floor. Are there others in the room who want to speak on petitions from the floor? Step right up.
Sage Bird. Hi, good evening. I live in District 2. I'm here to advocate for a sustainability revolution in town, starting with social sustainability. Please consider investing in social infrastructure for our demographics to count with a creative industry and be able to build an economic autonomy while serving underprivileged youth with mentorship programs and appealing educational workshops. In order to have preventative efforts in town, I see that the local government has invested a lot in children ages 0 to 5 years old, but there's pre-teenagers and teenagers who only have the juvenile probation program, for example, and they do need preventative programs. Underserved teens have the city's juvenile prevention program, and they do need mentorship and fun educational options to stay out of trouble and to be able to thrive in the city. And artists in my demographics, even graduates from University of Art and Design, they have customer service jobs. And they do need social infrastructure and a creative industry to help uplift the city and uplift younger generations with their skills. In order to make Midtown redevelopment process truly a participatory and democratic process, please consider simplifying the approach when you publish RFPs, requests for proposals. Because smaller nonprofit organizations in town do want to be able to participate, and perhaps consider simplifying the approach or having smaller, more achievable increments. Maybe by inviting other nonprofits to collaborate. And please do include and allow for local nonprofits to be able to and want to participate in your efforts with the redevelopment process of Midtown. I have maybe 20 more seconds, if that's okay. Please do invest in us, and thank you for following the most recent United Nations resolution around the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here tonight in the room who wants to speak to something that's not on a public hearing? Is there someone or others in the Zoom room who want to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, we have two individuals in the Zoom room. Miss Amber Espinosa Trujillo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. Amber Espinosa Trujillo, District 4, Santa Fe. Dear City Councilors, I think you have hung out with this elitist mayor for too long. He's rubbing off on you. You need staff to help you do your work as councilors. You created constituent services to handle the day-to-day calls. Kind of pathetic, in my opinion. My husband was a city councilor for 12 years. He met with constituents on his lunch hour, and he still worked full-time for the state. It was the job he signed up for and did well without the need to have staff do it for him. We still run into people at the stores and restaurants around town who will thank him for taking the time to call them back, listen to their issues, and stand up for the will of the people. Sometimes we have no idea who these people are, but it's really nice to hear. As for you, Mayor, a private invite for the state of the city? What are you afraid of? We all know your failings, as there are many. Are you not willing to live stream so the thousands that weren't in your handpicked crowd can listen in? You have the technology, though many of your staff aren't very proficient at it using it. And providing a live video after the event, will this be edited to only show select items? Sounds a lot like communist China. Will you be raving around the McCard report during your speech like you did during the elections? Do you really think that Danny Mackey working for the state auditors is to your benefit, especially when you fired his wife and he knows where your bodies are buried? Might want to think of that one over. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. And
Miss Stephanie Beninato.
very good.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. I don't think I'll be as amusing as the last speaker, but I think I get a chance to talk about whether you're going to have paid staff. Isn't that a public comment part of the meeting? Am I mistaken about that or not? Would you mind answering that?
You can speak to it, Stephanie.
Yeah, okay, I can speak to it. Okay. Well, I too am opposed to having you have staff. You should just get a full-time job as a city councilor and talk to the charter commission. And we also are supposed to have a flat budget this year. We don't have enough people at rec. We only have Fort Marcy open pathetically 3 days a week from 6 to 1:15 in the afternoon. I've asked at least that one of those days be a weekend day so that people on this side of town could have an opportunity to swim, and everybody could swim when Chavez is closed for swim meets. The libraries also need a hybrid ability to do hybrid presentations, which they can't get with a flat budget. I brought up to you before that the H board is approving things with a quorum of 4, and it says it must be a majority of members present. That would mean if there are 4 people in the room, a majority is 3. I hope that you all realize that 2 is only half of 4. It is not a majority, but your city lawyer insists it is, and you are having repeated votes that are invalid. The other thing is that Mr. Blair seems to be a little sensitive, if you ask me. I asked him for over a month, on and off, 1 time a week. When will we meet, John? You promised to have this meeting. No response. But if I asked him why he closed and whether he was afraid of getting his shoes wet, oh my gosh, I got an instant response. And he needs to look at what the definitions of bully and abuse are. And when he has been abused, really let me know.
Thank you.
Time.
Anyone else in the Zoom room? Not tonight?
Mayor.
Okay. In that case, you want to take us to the next item?
Yes, Mayor, the next item on the agenda is an action item from our discussion agenda. It's 10A, request for approval to purchase 3 Ford F-150 vehicles, 2 Ford F-250 vehicles, a Ford Expedition, and a Ford Ranger for the Santa Fe Municipal Airport from Chalmers Ford in the total amount of $341,775 via New Mexico statewide price agreement 00-0000-20-0088.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And Mr. Harris is here to tell us about this item, please.
Mr. Mayor, can I interject before he starts, sir? I just want to say, I'm not sure all the counselors have had the chance to meet Airport Manager Harris yet. Has everyone met him already? Okay, I just want to make sure. I retract.
Mr. Harris, you have the floor, sir, to tell us about this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. There we go. Well, it's a privilege to finally be in front of you, speaking to you all about the airport. It's been a challenge, but we're making headway. One of the challenges is that we're having is vehicles. We have 3 working vehicles for all of the staff and all of the operations that we got going on. My plan was to use some of the CARES Act funding that we got. The airport will receive 2.6 million. We've used about 500,000 of it so far. So the money that we're going to use to purchase vehicles for the airport is going to come from the CARES Act funding that we got in 2020. So it'll be 3 pickups for the managers out at the airport, the admin man, well, the project manager, the maintenance manager, and the operations manager, and then 2 F-250s that will be work trucks for the maintenance staff, and then a SUV for when we have visitors, we don't have to pile all into an Xterra and drive around the airfield. We can have our visitors visit in comfort and see what's going on at the airport, and also a smaller vehicle, Ford Ranger for our custodial staff.
Are there questions for the airport manager? Miss Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Not a question, Mr. Mayor, but just say that the airport advisory committee did meet and we discussed this, and everyone was in favor of it.
Great, thank you. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just speak to a couple of items here. This didn't come to the Finance Committee, correct?
No, Councilor Lindell.
Well, these things need to come to the Finance Committee. On this particular item, on these vehicles, the request was made to get a quote on them back in February. So we've had Finance meetings since then. February 21st was the proposal from Chalmers Ford. So the request to them was made prior to that. So somewhere along the line, someone didn't get this to the finance committee. And we don't need to beat this up, but let's not see this in the future where things skip the finance committee. Because it appears to me that there was plenty of time for this to make a finance committee meeting. That's my comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments or questions about this particular item? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion in front of us?
Yes, Mayor, just to confirm, I have Counselor Romero Worth with the motion and Counselor Cassett with the second on this item. Perfect. And then I also, if I could, Mayor, just want to note that the reason these two items actually are on discussion is because we did note that they did not go to finance, but had a financial impact. So I just want Counselor Lindell to know that that was why they weren't on consent.
They still need to come to the finance committee.
Yes, completely agree. Just wanted to note that that was something the city clerk and attorney's office determined on these items. So Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. And the next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next item is item 10B. It's request for approval of 2 John Deere tractors with mowers from Deere and Company in the total amount of $296,796.72 via NM statewide price agreement 10-0000-20-0037AC.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Here again, Mr. Harris, if you could provide some background on this request.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Same situation on the funding. We're going to use our CARES money to fund the tractors. Our current fleet of tractors are they're in bad shape. They're pretty old and they're using flail mowers. And if you know anything about mowing, flail mowers are mainly used for level ground. They do a great job on level ground, but the hilly terrain that we have out at the airport, it's not ideal. So they create ruts that the guys have to later on go out with the loader and fill holes in the ground that the flail motors have caused, because when one side goes up, it's just like a rigid platform. So it does like this, and then the other side digs in. So it's just all bad. So and the tractors are they're not powerful enough for what we need. The brush out there is just, I mean, it's like trying to cut down a tree. So the mowers, the tractors that we're getting they're going to be bigger, higher horsepower with the mowers to match. They'll be pull behind batwing mowers that'll actually articulate with the ground, and we won't fall behind in mowing next year like we have in years prior.
And just mowing at the airport is more than just an aesthetic issue, I assume.
Yes. So we have an obligation in our Part 139 certificate to manage wildlife hazards at the airport. Tall grass creates wildlife havens that could potentially cause safety concerns to aircraft taking off. Aircraft can hit an animal and subsequently have an incident. So mowing the grass, keeping it low, helps with the wildlife hazard mitigation.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, any input from Airport Advisory?
Yeah, they heard it. Mr. Harris brought it up and they were in full support.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Harris, thanks for the presentation or the questions. What's going to happen to the old ones? They are functional, right?
Yes, they are currently functional. They have a little bit of issues, but the plan is to keep them in the rotation. I don't really like to just get rid of anything that we can use, because there are spots that we can use those, mainly around Water treatment plant, it's kind of flat there. We can use those. With the staff that we'll have, we can actually put 3 people on a mower at a time now. So I plan on keeping those as backups in as a third mower when we get behind. Like if it starts raining really bad, the grass is going to go crazy and then we're going to get behind. So we need those additional mowers to help pick up the load.
Okay, so you still need them in your assets.
Yes, Councilor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Others? No other questions? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Counselor Lindell. Yeah. Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Item has been approved.
thank you, Mr. Harris. Next item, Madam Clerk.
These matters from the city manager.
Well, hi, everybody. Mr. Mayor, councilors, good evening again. A few quick items from me. First of all, want to make sure you know, we are going to be again granting 4 hours of administrative leave to all city employees for Good Friday. Our staff, actually, the city clerk staff will begin working on communicating that out to the public regarding how that affects city services on that Friday afternoon, but there'll be more information to come from that. Significant amount of work has been done clearly on preparing for the budget hearings. I think Director Oster has circulated to all of you and been working with Chairwoman Romero Worth on finalizing the dates and times for the various hearings. A reminder that they will be in person here in this room. And I think we're going to, Manuel Gonzalez and his team have set it up so we'll have tables where staff can sit and face you directly so they don't have to juggle binders and laptops and things at the podium. So hopefully that will work smoothly. And then finally, I just want to flag something that we've been talking about. I think you know that we meet, our senior staff team meets every Tuesday morning for about an hour. And one of the things that we have really been talking about is how do we improve the customer service that we give to people who come into the building for whatever it is. How do we handle constituents? How do we handle angry constituents? And one of the things that we have continued to talk about is that being a public servant shouldn't be equated with having the public just say ugly things about you. And I have directed staff in one particular case to stop responding to a constituent who has been abusive and bullying and disrespectful. And what I've, just so that we're all on the same page, is that I want to make sure that you understand that what I've instructed staff is there's no expectation that anyone in the public just agree with the city. We expect people will disagree. They'll have problems that they need help with. They may disagree with how we're running the city and what we're doing and what our priorities are, and that's all fully appropriate. We expect that, we welcome that, and that's our job. What's not acceptable behavior is when constituents, or anyone for that matter, questions the motives of the staff, questions the motives of their intelligence, questions their integrity, calls them names, screams at them, curses at them. And so we're working to set a new standard so that staff feel empowered that if they're dealing with a customer and that person is screaming at them, calling them names, whether it's by email or phone, et cetera, they should feel empowered to say, "Madam, sir, I'm sorry, the behavior you have right now is inappropriate. I'm happy to help you solve your problem, but it's not okay for you to yell at me or to curse at me or to et cetera." And so unfortunately, we live in a climate right now where political discourse is considered to be appropriate, that it's okay to bully and yell and go to the lowest common denominator. And I just wanted to make sure you are aware that that is something that is not acceptable to me. It is not acceptable that my team be treated that way by the public. And I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that we will do our very best to continue to provide the best customer service to everyone who lives in the city. And we ask that the people who interact with the city, I don't ask anything of them, just to be kind. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next item.
Yes, Mayor, the next item is matters from the city attorney.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
a little muffled, but we hear you.
Okay, we had downloaded new drivers for my computer, so I was hoping the audio would be better than the last time I tried to do this, but I am pleased to introduce a new member of my team tonight. I believe Marcy Honorino is in the audience, hopefully. She could stand up and wave at everybody. We're really
Yes.
excited. She just started
Standing up and
Monday.
waving. She is
Okay,
doing it right
excellent.
now.
Excellent. Marcy is our new Legislation and Policy Innovation Manager. That's the position formerly held by Jesse Guillen. Marcy did work the legislative session this year as the House Analyst for the Labor, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. She's been a writing professor, English professor for the Santa Fe Community College for over 10 years previously, and she helped start the union there for the faculty. She has a master's of liberal arts from the college, St. John's College here in Santa Fe. She has experience as a program manager and as a paralegal, and so we're really excited to have her on the team. She's dived in. She's helping us with things for tonight's meeting. So I really want to thank her for jumping right in, and she has a lot to learn. You know, Jesse was in that position 8 to 9 years. Lots of institutional knowledge that we're passing on to her, and I thank you for everyone working with her and helping her learn the ropes. So that's this week. We are also starting interviews for the policy analysts. We're interviewing 7 candidates, and we started doing that today. I am recommending an executive session tonight for the purpose of discussing pending or potential litigation. Change screens here to that agenda. So I would ask for a motion to go into executive session on that subject. And this is particularly in relation to the Purdue Pharma case and other potential litigation. And this is subject to the Open Meetings Act 10-15-1, Part H7, attorney-client privilege discussion of pending litigation.
Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion?
I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second? We have a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilmember Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. We will adjourn to the council meeting room and take up the executive session. I hope we can do this I hope we can be back by 8:15 at the latest. see. Cast it on her way. All right, I'll. hold my- All right. No worries. We're still hanging on for John. Although we can start without John, right? He doesn't vote. So back in session, and I think Counselor Rivera has a motion to make.
Thank you, Mayor, pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1J. I move that the governing body reconvene an open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. We're back in session, and Madam Clerk, would you take us to the first item in front of us?
Yes, the next item is actually matters from the city clerk. I will be brief tonight. I really just want to thank my team. They have been doing phenomenal amount of work and outreach, developing a plethora of new protocols and just implementing so many wonderful things. So I really do just want to say thank you to my staff. Thank you to their efforts for this week alone. We have special events and just routine work, governing body meetings, special events, communication that has to go out, and so forth. So, and with that, I also just wanted to say, again, thank you to my team that's been working hard for the state of the city and for the Easter egg and Touch the Big Truck event. I've mentioned this multiple times. The Easter egg hunt and Touch the Big Truck event is just one of my favorite city events because I see how our city team comes together. And I just want to know how cool it was that when we were talking about this at senior staff, we had Tomas, the director of transit, mention, hey, I'm not going to have a bus there. Can I get a bus there? And he was just so excited to be part of that event and part of our community. It made me realize how many caring and compassionate employees we have. And so with that, please join us for the Easter egg hunt on Saturday morning. And the Easter Bunny will be there. So will big trucks from every department, and we will have over 50,000 items on 4 fields. So we're really excited. Last year, we had a ton of individuals. We're going to be at MRC this year to help accommodate additional participants. And we're just really, really excited about it. So anyways, huge thank you to my team because they are all working tirelessly to make everything happen. And I couldn't be more proud of them.
Thank you. Communications from the governing body. Let's take it for you. Yes.
Can I just ask something real quick?
Yeah,
We
course.
did have two, and it may be a senior moment, but then we have approval items under executive session.
Mayor, if I could clarify, there were items loaded in the live viewer version, but they were not on the public portion of them. So I did speak with our city attorney, and those items will be moved to the April 12th agenda since they weren't published public.
Okay, I thought
Yes.
she mentioned that, but just to
Yeah.
make sure.
Yes, thank you so much for clarifying that.
And with that, Counselor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start with, a lot of the things I'm mentioning is having to do with our youth. There's a lot of events and a lot of the things we have going on, a lot of partners doing what they can to raise money to support youth. But I did want to start with the Easter egg hunt. We're super excited to go, even though Gray's aged out. I was very sad about that. I was like, you're going to go hunting. And he's like, yay. And then I was like, oh my gosh, preteen, you can't go anymore. But we'll be there anyway. And then I just wanted to shout out a few events. Santa Fe Public Schools Golf Tournament is April 15th. This event is to raise money to support many school events and family engagement initiatives. If you can be part of that, or a lot of people love to golf, I would definitely take part. The schools do what they can to reach out to our family community. And these funds have been really helpful since we started this fundraiser last year. Big Brothers Big Sisters Bowl for Kids is April 13th, 15th, and 16th at the Alley. And another fundraiser benefiting kids. We also have Little League opening day on April 15th. I always get excited when all this, the youth lineup is occurring. And then I actually I had a meeting at the Boys and Girls Club Teen Center today, and I don't think our community realizes how significant of an impact the Boys and Girls Club has on our community. I was amazed by not only the adult employees that have these amazing initiatives and outreach and resources, but we have youth leadership established at the Boys and Girls Club right now, teens doing amazing things for our community. I was just blown away by it. I can't say enough about the Boys and Girls Club after my meeting today, and they have a lot of things coming forward in the future that are going to benefit our youth even more. So I just wanted to shout out the Boys and Girls Club. We have Teen Night this Friday. MyUp is hosting Teen Night from 5 to 8 p.m. at the GCCC. Swim, skate, hang with friends. And, you know, we really need, I get emotional about the events that occurred at Covenant School in Nashville, but we are in crisis mode in regards to mental health, in regards to access to guns. And I say it over and over again, we are not healthy enough as a society to have access to firearms. But if we are going to keep youth safe, we have to start with creating opportunity for them. So I wanted to highlight the opportunity out there and the partners that are doing things for youth. And I also wanted to thank our city manager, because as city officials, part of the kindness we need to instill in our youth to not have the issues we're having today is to say that, like, we're not okay with bullying. We're not okay with people being unkind. We're not okay with people forgetting that they're talking to other human beings that are going through tough times and have the weight of the world on them, just like that individual that's very angry has the weight of the world on their shoulders. Like, we have to practice empathy. And I know as city officials, as public servants, we often feel like it's part of our job to take that. But as a leader, I feel like it's my responsibility to say that's not acceptable. And we have youth looking at us, looking at how we receive hatred. They're looking at how we practice hatred and how we do that, and how we lead in handling those situations is going to define whether this hatred continues. So I want to thank City Manager Blair for allowing staff to advocate for kindness. We have to be the example of that. And that is all I have today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Ms. Mihalcik for getting the St. Michael's High School volleyball team here tonight. I think we started in December and it just kept moving back because most of them are athletes in other sports. So, but thank you for being diligent and for finally getting them here. I will be missing the State of the City address tomorrow night because today is my granddaughter Aniston's birthday. So the big five, we couldn't have the party tonight, so they're doing a trampoline park party at in Albuquerque tomorrow. So
are we all invited, Councilor?
Sure.
All right.
Come on. Then I know Councilwoman Chavez mentioned a lot of things on April 15th, and just wanted to mention that day is also the Great American Cleanup. So if you get a chance to pick up some supplies and go pick up some trash on your streets in your neighborhood, I think it makes an impact. And then wanted to ask City Manager Blair if I noticed it today on my way home, but on Jaguar, right before you get to the library, if you look up, if you're traveling west and you look up the hill towards the north, it looks like there's a tent set up there, and it's fairly close to residential neighborhoods. If we can have the park rangers look at it, and if they need to call me to get a better idea of where it's at, they're welcome to do that, and I'll help them out. That was it. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Nothing this week, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to wish the staff and community a great time at the Easter egg hunt. I will not be able to attend this year, which is sad. Last year was such a great time. So hope it goes well, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of prizes for everybody. And I just wanted to welcome Marcy Inarino. Ianarino. Yes, okay. And we are excited to work with you, and I'm looking forward to sitting down with you and learning more about your vision for your position. And I also, I think it's great that you have, that you're an English professor. I think that will really help us out. And that's all I'll say. I think that's it. Hope everyone has a.
Thank you.
Well, when is Easter? I'm like trying to think. We're gonna have.
4/9.
Oh my gosh, I should know this, but I feel like I'm still in March, at the beginning of March, and it's already the end of March. So we have a meeting before Easter. No, we don't. So everyone have a happy Easter.
Coming right up.
Thank you.
Bet. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have much. It feels like spring out there. A lot of windy days. We hate to waste the wind. Make sure you get out in it and get your share of it. I think tomorrow's going to be extremely windy. I want to give a little shout out to the gang out at the golf course. They've been working really hard to get it ready to go. There's so much to do there to get it ready for summer play. And I think that it looks better actually than I've ever seen it. It just looks terrific. And that's a mammoth amount of work. I know all the parks crews are working hard right now. It's a pretty intense time for them, but just want to give them a little bit of shout out. That's a amazing feat that they pull off every year.
Thank you. Counselor Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking for an email I should have looked for. It just occurred to me. I might have to come back, but I want to just echo what Counselor Chavez said. I really appreciate those words and, just kind of drawing attention. I think you're exactly right. Kids look to their elders and how we are treated, how we treat people, how we take the treatment that comes at us. And so I just really appreciate those words tonight. And I just want to validate those thoughts because I think you're spot on. And I give a shout out to Melissa McDonald and her team who helped place a trash can in an arroyo where lots of people walk, and we had to move it out of the situation where it was because it was too hard for the teams to get to. And I just want to thank them for staying on the job and seeing that it got done. We had to wait for the snow to clear and stuff. So just really appreciate their thoughtfulness and their stick-to-itness and their responsiveness. So shout out to Melissa and her team. Thank you.
Thank you. And Counselor Casson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I also am really looking forward to the Easter egg hunt. So thank you to the team for putting that together. And if Gray wants to run around with little, my tiny human, that'd be great because I can't keep up with him anymore. Maybe Gray can. So he can still come along and just help Oliver scout around. But thank you so much for that event. It really is fun. I hear about it from a lot of the parents that are really looking forward to that. I do also want to thank Madam City Clerk, who has really assisted with a very challenging constituent issue that's been ongoing for decades. And Christine recently got involved and has really turned around the progress. And my constituents are very pleased. I know the entire street's going to be very happy. So I just really want to recognize your work and thank you so much for that and for your team helping with this complex issue. Councilor Chavez mentioned all the fun events and Councilor Rivera also mentioned fun events. So plenty of things going on, apparently all on April 15th. Maybe we should coordinate next year with everybody. And then I did want to say happy Easter and happy Passover. That is a day coming soon. And I don't know which one. And I should know these things. The 5th? Really? Oh, gosh. Oh, that's coming up really soon. So happy Passover to all who celebrate and happy Easter to everyone. And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Weber. Mr. Mayor. Well, Garcia, I'm Weber.
I said Councilor Garcia.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
But hey,
So anyway,
it's cool.
it's cool, right?
You and I are cool. We're good.
I wanted to send a shout out to Tomasin Streets. There was an issue out in our district with a lot of trash being dumped. And they quickly cleaned it up. And I do appreciate that. Other things need to be done in those areas, but I also wanted to wish everyone a good Holy Week and happy Passover. Holy Week for Catholics, especially in our community, is very, very, I don't know what the word, I guess, but it's, very, very important to them all, including groups like the Hermanos and people who celebrate the whole week complete. And so everyone who is fasting, everyone who is preparing themselves for Easter Sunday, have a good week and thanks again for everything.
Thank you, Councilor. You guys have all taken the good stuff. Then there's a lot of good stuff. The confluence of religious celebrations is so powerful in our community, and it's really wonderful to have Holy Week, Easter on the 9th, Passover, first night on the 5th. It's a time for real celebration among our different religious communities that respect and help each other. Looking forward to the Easter egg hunt and a lot of fun there as always, watching the kids just behave impeccably with each other with no pushing or shoving, everybody behaving themselves to the utmost, and watching kids be kids. On a serious note, thank you, Councilor Chavez, for reminding us that we all have a responsibility to be our best selves and to take care of our community, not only as people sitting up here on the dais, but as we go out into the community and interact with people. I think city manager is a remarkable stand-up guy, and for him to take up the part and the course and the treatment of our city employees is really important. People may or may not know it, but when they send in emails with all capitals, that's the equivalent of shouting at somebody. When you think you're being clever, you're actually hurting people's feelings. When you think you're being a real sarcastic person, you're really diminishing the person who's reading your email. And they have been asked to help people. And that kind of treatment only makes it more difficult. It's a two-way street. All of these things are reciprocal, and we want our employees to treat all of our residents with great respect. We ask our residents to do the same when they interact, even if they disagree, even if they're unhappy with treatment, even if they feel that something has been done that they don't approve of or like. Let's try to conduct ourselves with mutual respect. So thank you for your timely reminder, and City Manager, thank you for standing up for the well-being of our city employees. What's next, Madam Clerk?
All right, we have introductions of legislation. Mayor, if I could, I also did forget to thank the Capitol High cheer team. They're going to be volunteering to help us with the Easter egg hunt. And sorry, I had it on my notes, but I do want to recognize that it's pretty cool to have the cheer team out there with us. So anyways, sorry about that. Introduction of legislation. The first item is 15A. It is consideration of a bill number 2023-13 sponsored by Mayor Ellen Weber. It's a bill relating to the City of Santa Fe's Office of Economic Development Plan Ordinance, Section 11-11-5 SFCC 1987. It's approving and adopting a local economic development project participation agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Parting Stone Incorporated for design, development, and construction of tenant improvements, lease payments, and expansion of a corporate headquarters, a local economic development project. Casey is staff on this item. And then, Mayor, I did also just want to note that there was a request for a waiver of our rules. And I'm happy to read the rules that we're going to be requesting a waiver for, so that this item could go to EDAC before it goes to public comment.
Do you want to guide us through
I
this?
can make the motion.
You want to carry that forward?
Sure, I'll move to waive our rules so that this item can go to EDAC on 4/4, which will be before it comes to public comment on 4/12, April 12th.
Second.
There's a motion and a second discussion on waiving this rule to change the order of referral. Could you call the roll so we can vote on that motion, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Marworth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved to waive rules for the order
Okay,
of
so
committee.
I think not much more needs to be said about this. It is for those of you who are not familiar with this enterprise, they are a remarkable success story. I learned today they recently appeared and has not been aired yet on Shark Tank. They are getting more public awareness and support. It's a beautiful entrepreneurial story, and we really celebrate them. This is an attempt to keep supporting their growth in Santa Fe.
All right. Mayor, the next item 15B, that item will be moved to the April 12th agenda. The packet material for that item was not available.
Gotcha.
Yes. Which takes us to item 15C. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Michael Garcia and Counselor Villarreal. It's a resolution prohibiting the use of the fee in lieu of option described in the Santa Fe Homes program on the Midtown site.
You guys have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution is doing exactly what the caption says. It's a resolution prohibiting the use of the fee in lieu of option for the Midtown site. And I think the city is getting to a point where we have built thousands of multi-family units, which has been a good thing the last few years. But very few of those units have been affordable units that have come out of those developments. And while I understand the important use of fee in lieu, especially serving on CDC, it's, has multiple different uses, down payment assistance, rental assistance. I think we're at a breaking point in the city where we should be building more affordable units, as many as we can, especially when the city is in control of the land. I think, folks, just to be clear, we will continue collecting fee in lieu of options for other building units from other projects and developments occurring in other parts of the city. But I think we need to continue building the pipeline to increase affordable housing unit production on the Midtown campus. And I think this is one way to do it, among other tools that staff has outlined.
Counselor Garcia, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm good.
Counselor Garcia, you are a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As my colleague mentioned, I think now is the time. Now is the time to act based off the feedback we've been receiving from the community for a number of years regarding the development of Midtown as we move forward with that project, and the deep desire from the community to have affordable units, and not just affordable units, as many affordable units as we can absorb in that space. And only having the fee in lieu of in place as an option would minimize potential affordable unit development. And given that the city has pure ownership of the property, we do have the tools to work with developers to bring them to the table, to understand that this is a partnership to invest in our community. And there are tools to where developers really won't see a loss, a financial loss, because we can work with the developers on a potential cost of sale or lease of the property. So I think now is the time to put our money where our mouth is and eliminate this fee in lieu of for this property, and start putting units where people can live and stay living in our city.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'd like to
Go ahead.
one correction, quality of life meeting on the committee review should be on 4/5, not 4/4. And I'd like to add or make a motion to add the Community Development Commission on that schedule. So they would be added on April 19th.
Second.
There's a motion to add the Community Development Commission to the committee review process with a date of say it one more time.
April 19th.
April 19, and to change the Quality of Life Committee date from 04/04 to 04/05.
Right.
And Mayor Weber,
Yes.
if the sponsors just want to do that, I think they have the discretion to do that at this time.
Okay.
You
Is that
don't
right?
need to take a motion if it's just
Does-
sending it to additional.
Doesn't need a vote. They can just do it.
If it's the sponsor's own referral, that's fine. Yeah.
News
To know.
News to me, but thank you. We will withdraw the motion and move forward
All right.
apace.
Thanks.
Good. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, the next item on the agenda, also item 15D. It was a resolution sponsored by Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Cassett, and Mayor Weber supporting the Safe Outdoors Spaces will be moved to 4/12.
Very good. Next item on the agenda, ma'am.
Is that
Can I just ask a question about that? Nobody told the sponsors, at least these sponsors, that we are moving that item.
Well, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
It was brought to my attention for that item that the packet material wasn't available, and so we would waive our rules if we wanted to introduce it without materials available.
No, I mean, I didn't want to do that. I just didn't know there was materials that weren't available. And we didn't remove it from the beginning of the agenda.
Because we could have voted to suspend our rules should we have chosen to do that. Still can do it if you'd like. I think we're trying to just play by the rules.
Yeah.
Can you take us to the next item, Madam Clerk?
The next item is item 17A. It's public comment on bills. This is the first public comment. There's no action. This is consideration of bill number 2023-10, sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's a bill approving the sale of a city-owned building and improvements located at 730 Alto Street within the city and county of Santa Fe, New Mexico, by the city of Santa Fe to the Duran Family Trust as a condition of a settlement agreement.
And the floor is open for public comment. Do we have anyone here tonight in the room, or are there folks in the Zoom room who would like to participate? Any hands up? Madam Clerk? Not seeing any hands up at the moment.
Mayor, Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Very good. Then she will have the floor to comment on this bill.
Thank you. I just wonder that you are meeting an executive session about this settlement, and yet you're having this resolution, and I wonder when the settlement will be made public so that people can actually comment intelligently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Anyone else in the Zoom room who wants to comment on this bill? Or anyone else with a hand up? No? Okay. That would then take us to the next item, which has been, B has been withdrawn.
Yes.
C, there is no C. So now we move on to what is?
Item 18A is final action on legislation. These are public hearings as well. So this is item 18A is consideration of a bill number 2023-5. It's adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Villarreal. It's an ordinance amending sections 2-1.9, 2-4.6, and 19-4 SFCC 1987 to authorize governing body members to employ staff when funds are budgeted for that purpose and aligning those sections with the City of Santa Fe Charter.
And this is public hearing as well. Did the sponsors want to speak to it before we go to the public?
Well, tell me, just a point of order, do you want a motion? You're going to hear from the public first? Are you going to?
I'd like to get, well, so my preference would be to hear from the sponsors to set it up, go to the public, come back for a motion.
Okay, I'm happy to speak to this bill. Basically, this bill gets rid of the obstacles in our ordinances that prevent us at the moment from hiring staff for the council. And it doesn't actually, there's no FIR, there's no budgeted item here, there's no bar. We're not going to hire staff tonight by approving this. We're just creating or getting rid of the things in our ordinances, the roadblocks in our ordinances to being able to do this. And I think as we become a more professionalized city, I think the nature of these jobs is considerable, and we could benefit from having different kinds of staff that we will have conversations about in the future as our budgets allow. And I had one other thing to say about that, which is, I think it's not unusual if you look at city governments, the legislative branch, which we are as a city council, does have direct staff and should. And that's what this would allow for. Thank you.
Thank you. Other sponsors want to speak? Want to speak to each other?
I'd like to speak to Councilor Cassett. I think the only thing I would add is, since I've been on council, the volume of emails, constituent needs, and need the what was I going to say, the need to actually go out into community has greatly increased since I've started. And it's just a whole nother kind of scenario now, especially even with the email loads that we get. And those aren't things that we direct towards constituent services necessarily. There's things that we individually, especially if we're looking at policy and doing research, we don't have anybody to do that. I mean, it would be nice even to have to help us schedule. We have no one to schedule. There's a lot of things happening, meeting with constituents. It would be nice to have somebody help with that. But I think it's not just administrative, it's a whole nother level that I think as we're growing as a city, and the fact that we're still, quote, part-time counselors, I think things are changing. Our city's growing. So, and again, this is not budgeting anything. This is allowing for a placeholder for that if we are to move forward with a budget as based on what the charter how the charter directs us. So thank you.
Okay.
Mind if I pop in now?
Yes, you're recognized to have the floor now.
Thank you. I don't have too much more to add, as my colleagues have outlined why I decided to be one of the sponsors for this bill as well. I would also say that there really is a benefit to the community for us to be a well-staffed government in all areas. I mean, this is something that we talk about in all departments, and being able to provide these services to the community. And this also is for our constituents. And we are making laws, and having the capacity to really be doing that research, both with what's going on in other communities, what might be the implications of some of the policies that we are passing, is really important. As Councilman Villarreal stated, this is a busy job. Single mom, so that's my other job. But, I work this job pretty much as a full-time gig, and I am still always trying to catch up on emails, always trying to catch up on work. And I know that means that I sometimes am not able to get back to constituents as quickly as I would like to, or move bills forward as fast as I would like to, in order to benefit the community. So I think it's important that we invest in our governments, and I see this as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there individuals here in the room or on the Zoom call who would like to speak? It is a public hearing. This would be the time.
Mayor, Ms. Beninato would like to speak on this.
Very well. She has the floor.
Thank you. Although I would have liked to have known that there was a public hearing, which was my question in the public presentation, I would have focused on something else. However, I understand you just think it's a placeholder, but it's a foot in the door. You take an inch, you take a mile. And I, for one, am not interested in more bureaucracy at City Hall. You might think that we get good service, but when you have 5 managerial levels in recreation, you don't get much of anything. We don't have enough lifeguards. You hire a policy analyst, and then you have to hire a manager for the one person who's doing policy analyst. This is not really helpful to us. And when you try to contact a city official such as Mr. Blair or Miss McSherry, and you patiently wait and then contact them again, and you're just asking for a meeting or from a resolution of an issue, and you get nothing from them, or you get told that because you do petitions from the floor, you don't really need to meet with the city manager on a particular issue, or Miss McSherry tells you she has nothing to do with something that is a work product out of her office to a board, I think that makes people really frustrated and not exactly feeling empathetic and feeling unheard. And feeling unheard is too common at City Hall. You should read the thread on Nextdoor about constituent services and how they send you emails about great news, but nothing actually really gets done. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the Zoom room who wants to speak on this item? It's a public hearing.
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll come back then and I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion to approve and there is a second. Is there discussion? Councillor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, quick question for the sponsors. on, I'm on page 4, line 25. And it states that line 24, 25, 26, or one on the next page, the city manager has the sole authority to employ and discharge all municipal employees, except the city attorney, city clerk, and those employees employed individually by a member of the governing body. I'm just curious why these employees were added in as an exception to being under the authority of the city manager.
Let me make sure I understand your question. So you're on page 4,
Correct.
line 25.
24, 25. And
Yeah, the city manager has the sole authority to employ and discharge all municipal employees except the city attorney, city clerk, and those employees individually by the members of the governing body. I do see the city attorneys popped in here, but I believe the answer to this question is that under the city charter, the city attorney and city clerk are employees of the mayor and part of his team. Am I correct in that, City Attorney McSherry?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Lindell. It was considered a cleanup. The charter does say that the mayor appoints the city attorney and the city clerk. So there's some other cleanups that probably need to happen to chapter 2 to catch up with the charter. This was one of them. So the intent is just to be consistent with the charter.
So that wasn't part, that's just cleanup to make our ordinances consistent with the charter changes from the last charter commission and approval by the voters in, what year was that, 2014?
I believe so. I can pull that up. So I would just say that the part about being on the mayor's team, I do represent the whole city. And it just depends on the situation, what legal issues are,
Yeah, I think Councilor
front of me.
wants to refocus her question on a different part of that language.
Yeah, I understand what the charter says about the city attorney and the city clerk, but why are we grouping with, why are we excluding employees employed individually by a member of the governing body? Why are we excluding them from being under the authority of the city manager? It kind of doesn't make sense to me.
City Attorney, do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I think that was your request for the legislation, was to be able to hire and fire employees. Currently, that's not permitted by that sentence. And so this amendment would allow for that.
So otherwise, we don't have, this has been the problem, is that we don't have the ability to hire and fire our own employees. And I think if you carry out kind of the structure that we have, we as city councilors are technically the legislative branch of city government, and we should start to develop that. We need to be able to be in control of the people who we feel we need to support the work that we do. And the city manager is under the executive and on the executive side.
I appreciate the explanation. I'm not sure that, I mean, it's certainly nothing that would make me not support this. However, I'm not sure that was necessary. I think that it's interesting, Counselor, that you comment that it's a way of developing further and into the future. I'm just a little bit unsure of this part of this bill, although I do support it, but that part gives me a little bit of pause.
Okay, I understand that. And I think what we're doing here is getting rid of the things in our ordinances that have to this date not allowed us to hire employees that we need to support the work as counselors, as the legislative side of city government. And, I think the conversation about who we want to hire, what kind of skills we need, that's going to be part of a budget process as we have resources to pursue this and as we identify what kinds of support we need and have the capacity to enable.
So just to dig into this a little bit further, so when we try to have someone hired to assist with counselors, so is what this is doing is allowing the counselors to have input into that process, because as things sit now, counselors do not have input on personnel.
Yeah, that's right, because they're all hired by the executive side.
And we have no input into who we would like to see hired. We've hired a couple of different people. Not we, the city has hired a couple of different people to do some research and some policy things directly for the council. But as far as I know, the counselors have never had direct input into that process.
Correct, because it's the executive who hires.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, Counselor Cassie.
I would say it goes further than just input. We actually get to hire. It's the decision is made on the side of the counselors, the legislative branch, individual counselors, however it is organized, that we actually get to do the hiring and firing. And I think also directing the work, because there has been, as individuals are hired on the executive side to assist with the counselors, we still do not get to specifically direct their work. That comes from whatever the department they're sitting under, whether that's in community engagement or whether that's in the city attorney's office. And so this provides us with not only the control over hiring, but also the dictating of what priorities are for those individuals for what they should be doing to support us. So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Other comments, questions? Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So, this has been through committee, reviewing a lot of the information. And again, there is no FIR for this. If you can just explain one more time, I think I do have it right, but creating the opportunity for us to potentially put this into our budgets for future purposes. Is that correct?
Yeah, so right now, if we wanted to hire, say, individual staff people for either each counselor or by district, these sections of our ordinances prevent us from doing that directly. And so what this would just do is get rid of those roadblocks that are in the ordinances, but it doesn't mean that tomorrow we're all going to have assistants. We would have to, A, figure out that that's what we want, and then B, we would have to put approve money to actually begin having the capacity to actually hire people to work directly for the council on the legislative side, not the executive side.
Thank you. And I can see where that can be beneficial. Taking a look at every office, and again, I guess that's further down the road, but every office has an additional overhead to say. And I know the job is demanding. I know there's a lot of work to be done. Where assistant could help. Those would be just my concerns, is growing, again, more city government, more people. And does this make us a better legislative body? I don't know. But just kind of my concern brought up at the last minute here, and I do appreciate the explanation. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Very good. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mara Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is item B. It's consideration of bill number 2023-6, an adoption of an ordinance amending section 2-8.2A, creation of department by removing language that prescribes a recreation division as a division of the Community Health and Safety Department and Family and Youth Services as a component of the Community Services Department, and by removing the term safety from the name of the Office of Emergency Management and Safety.
And this also is a public hearing. I don't, yeah,
Oh, sorry. I also just want to note that Director Ochoa is available online.
okay, good. If we could dial her up, I would just ask her to do what we did last time, give a quick overview of the purpose of this bill, and then we'll go to public comment and entertain a motion.
Director Ochoa is actually rejoining as a panelist, and she is popping on. There she is.
There we go.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, forgive the terrible visual. I might as well turn off my video, but to give a brief overview of this, when the Community Health and Safety Department was created, Office of Emergency Management included the safety component, which is now in general services with risk functionally, but this would formalize that. The Community Health and Safety Department also included recreation as a standalone division, if you will. Functionally right now, recreation is part of community services, and that's working very well as there's a lot of synergy between senior services, libraries, and recreation in terms of facilities management and creating welcoming programming for the community under the umbrella of community services. And then the family and youth services is part of community services as well. So I'm happy to stand for questions on any of this.
Let's go to the Zoom room, see it, or anyone here in this room who wants to testify on this. It is a public hearing. Now would be the time to weigh in if you're here in the room or if you're on Zoom and you want to comment on this bill.
Yes, Mayor, Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Yes, Stephanie Beninato. Can you hear me?
Yes,
And is it clear, however? Or is it echoey?
You're clear.
it's
Stephanie.
not an echo. It's a little muffly. If you can get closer to the mic, that would always help.
I am right. I'm very close to the mic. If I put it back a little bit, does it help?
That's fine.
Okay, so I just wonder about, I know they're like renaming things, but does it actually affect the functionality, say, of recreation or any of these other departments? And I would like it if you would ask Ms. Ochoa to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak from the public side of the public hearing? Let's come back here. We'll take a motion and then comments, questions from the governing body. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve. There's a second. Are there questions or comments you want to address to Ms. Ochoa or city manager, others? Any questions? No? Any debate, discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mara Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Let's go to the next item on the agenda then, please.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is item C. It's consideration of a bill number 2023-7. It's adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's an ordinance relating to fire safety, creating a new section 12-7 SFCC 1987 to allow the city manager in consultation with the fire chief, emergency manager, and the director of the Community Health and Safety Department to close certain public spaces if fire conditions require such closure to protect life or property and to preserve public peace and safety. And Mayor, I will just note that Fire Chief Brian Moya is on Zoom as is Director Ochoa.
Great. Let's do is keep the format we've been using. If Director Cho wants to speak to this first and then Chief Moya wants to weigh in, then we'll go to a public comment and take motions and discussion.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. I'll defer to Chief Moya to explain the rationale behind this ordinance.
Chief? I think you're muted, sir.
Sorry, I'm not unmuted now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're trying to do here is make it a little easier when we have fire conditions or be able to close trails or stuff in that nature. We can move a little faster and not have to go through so many, this term is hoops. So we also have made it so it's not just on, in the past, me, it's Director Ochoa, Director Williams, and City Manager Blair. So it's a little easier for us to get in a room with guidance from also, I would also say, the Wildland Division, to make it easier for everybody to make a proper decision on when we close things and when we reopen them. And I can send for questions.
Thank you, Chief. I would just say one additional comment, which is the reason this was brought to my attention was because when we did have a emergency fire safety issue, we found ourselves as a governing body having to schedule emergency meetings, come together simply to ratify what was pretty much the common sense consensus of our fire department and wildland firefighters that we needed to take this step. And it simply slowed everything down and potentially added another, no offense to bureaucrats, but bureaucratic hoop that we had to jump through. And we actually had the learning experience of the fire emergency. This is designed to make sure if hopefully that never happens again, but if it were to happen again, we'd be more streamlined in our response. Do we have people waiting to testify on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. We have an individual, Miss Stephanie Benanato.
Very good. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm happy that Chief Moya has sort of limited where this will be applicable, because the use of public spaces is quite a broad term. And one could decide that maybe they'll decide that City Hall is on fire with anger and close it down or something like that. And that would be a constitutional free speech kind of thing going on, perhaps. But if it's limited to, lands that are on fire or subject to fire, such as, the hills around Santa Fe, and you're limiting access to that, I see that as a good thing to prevent, possible fires, but not in public facilities. I hope that doesn't include public facilities unless they're on fire, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Others who wish to be heard on this from the public? If there are no other people, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Is there discussion of this bill? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Mayor, can I clarify who the second was on that motion? Okay, I thought so.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes. Well, it's funny. I thought that was, and then I was like, maybe not, because she is standing up. Did I hear the echo properly? Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Chief, for being with us. And Kira, Director Ochoa. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes. This one's kind of a mouthful. Consideration of bill number 2023-11, its adoption of ordinance sponsored by Counselor Carol Romero Worth. This is a bill amending the election and political campaign codes, section 1 through 3 of chapter 9, 1987 SFCC, updating definitions and responsibilities consistent with state law, creating a single section of common definitions for the campaign code and the public campaign finance code, removing section 9-2.4 regarding a candidate written acknowledgement of familiarity with campaign code, removing the requirement in section 9-2.5 to post a phone number on campaign materials, amending section 9-2.6 to incorporate the previously amended definition of independent expenditure, amending section 9-2.7 to remove the requirement to identify a specific candidate or ballot question in political committee disclosures, updating the finance reporting schedule in section 9-2.10, expressly permitting electronic contributions in section 9-3.12, and replacing all references of participating candidate with publicly financed candidate.
Mayor, I would just note that there's been an amendment added to the packet and everybody should refresh.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up on that. Would this be, Madam Clerk, would you be the person to give us the overview on this, or Councilor Romero Worth, would you do it?
I would defer to Councilor Romero Worth. I'm more than happy to just do a quick overview and then, would you like that?
Yeah, and do we have Marcos Martinez with the city attorney's office or Aaron or neither? And I don't know that we need them. I'm just curious who's here.
Aaron is on Zoom with us. Attorney Martinez is not, but I
Okay.
can see if he's planning on being available.
It's okay. I think we're going to be fine. And if you wouldn't mind, maybe talking about what your goal was here and what, broad brush, what you're trying to achieve here and kind of your plans for the future.
Sure, absolutely. So I think as a very quick overview, there was a desire after the previous election to further align our campaign and election code with the state. As you all know, we've joined the Local Election Act. There were several definitions and just instances where we saw a benefit to have our election match. There's a bit closer. I also think that in large part, there were just areas where there was feedback for modification and just a general cleanup. One primary item that we wanted to address was that the reference of participating candidate to a more self-explanatory publicly financed candidate definition, remove deputy treasurer and a variety of other kind of items. I don't want to take too long in the overview. I think that the memo had a lot of information, and I know that there is also 3 amendments to this legislation. We did present to the ECRB, the Ethics Campaign and Review Board. They provided feedback. This also went to council committees, and I think Councilor Romero Worth could probably speak more to the amendments that she introduced based on the ECRB feedback, but I'm happy to stand for any questions. I will just, if I could, note that there's a desire for more amendments and a deeper dive of things that we can really look into in a non-campaign year, but this was really my attempt at a good faith effort to note that I am reviewing the election code. I am trying to make small, but I think positive and instrumental changes to making our code more readable, more user-friendly, and again, just modernizing and kind of a continuous review of things that we can improve on. So I do anticipate another round, and I want to make that very clear. I've made that noted in other presentations that this is not the end all be all, but I think this is really, again, the first attempt at really reviewing the code and making sure that we're making adjustments for it to be user-friendly and just, again, kind of modernized. I will also just note quickly, I've said that 3 times, I'm sorry. I keep thinking of things, the use of technology in our campaign and in our elections, excuse me, I think is really instrumental. I'm very excited that we've been working on an online portal for $5 contributions and for nominating petition signatures. I've been working with the Secretary of State's office, and this also has, we're expressly permitting electronic contributions in this amendment. I think that's something that we've worked really hard on. And I heard when I became city clerk that we needed, and I absolutely agree. So.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We can go to public comment and then we'll come back and entertain there are, as you mentioned, Amendment A, B, and C awaiting us, as well as the main bill. So let's go to the public hearing and then we'll come back and take it in order.
Seeing no one in our live room, Miss Stephanie Beninato has her hand up for comment, Mayor.
Go ahead, ma'am. You have the floor.
Okay, I don't see it say I'm unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I would like to hear the amendments, of course, before you had public comment, but that's not how you're going. But that is part of what you're going to vote on tonight. So, but I think when I did read this a while ago, my 2 concerns, and I understand it's trying to get it lined up with what's in state law, but removing phone numbers from campaign signs concerns me. Because if the sign is put in your yard and without your permission, you don't have anybody to call. Or if it's in public land where it's not supposed to be again, or it gets damaged, you can't really reach somebody very easily. And I think also that you should not just have the candidate say that they understand the campaign laws and the signage laws, but also whoever they appoint to be their campaign manager / sign manager should also be required to sign such an affidavit, because it's often that, nobody knows what to do with the signs. So it's sort of allowed ignorance. And I think that would also help just keep elections fairer when signs are kept where they're supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom room needing to speak to us? No, in that case, what I'd like to do is entertain a main motion and then we'll take up the amendments.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve, a main motion to approve, and there is a second. We do have Amendment A, B, and C awaiting us. Councilor Mayorworth, you were the sponsor. Let me turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And the amendment number A, which is now in your packet, I can just quickly walk through these. They respond to the concerns of the ECRB board, who, as the city clerk mentioned, heard this bill and offered suggestions. And what they really wanted to do for now is keep the original definitions with regard to contributions, coordinated expenditure, and independent expenditures. And in some cases, they felt like the wording that was suggested in terms of aligning with the state law was too narrow, and didn't take into account all the work that they had done in thinking about the different possibilities that might arise and should be covered by the definitions. So what we've decided to do is just go back to the definitions, the original definitions we have for those 3 items, and we'll take a look in the next year at whether we can simplify them, align with state law, and add the circumstances which are noted in our definition in a more simplistic way. So that was to address their concerns. There are a number of just substantive changes that I want to thank Councillor Cassett for providing. She did a thorough look at the bill and forwarded a number of changes that have been incorporated. And again, they're non-substantive. They're just things where we struck things out and shouldn't have, or should have struck things out, or renumbered things incorrectly. So again, shout out there. Then I also want to thank Jim Harrington with Common Cause, who also reviewed the bill on his own and emailed some suggestions. And I think, again, because this bill has come through fairly quickly, we are going to restore the language. It's number 8 on the amendment that says that there's a report required by noon on the Monday preceding the election. The original bill had taken that report out. And I think we're at this point going to require it, and we'll have more conversations about that at the next pass, about whether that's something we need to do, want to do, whether that, what kind of value that is adding to the process, and what would be the impact if we took it out. So want to have more conversation around that down the line. So for now, we're just going to restore that report. So that's basically what this amendment does. Takes the feedback that I have received from a number of different folks, and want to thank everybody who did take the opportunity to review the bill, provide their thoughts, and help shape this. So that's what the amendment would do, and I would move the amendment.
There's a motion to make this amendment to the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion of these items listed as a full amendment? Each are itemized, but it is a motion. It is a motion that covers all of them. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to get clarity on 6 and 7 on the amendment sheet, since I didn't get to, I just saw it now. I wanted to go through them. Page 18. Is that just language that was
So on page 8, so amendment number 6, page 18, there are 2, if you look on page 18, there are 2 subsection Ds. And so it's just what needs to be done in order to make one D and the next one E.
So just cleaning up what
Okay.
was a
And
typographic.
yeah, and then
not the content, just
no,
the
no,
number.
see, this is well, this 2D thing, these 2Ds, this mislettering was identified by the ECRB board. But then I believe the amendment number 7, which on page 18, line 22, where it says, strike the second mention of treasurer, which is that I think Councillor Cassett caught. So again, they're just non-substantive errors in drafting.
And let's see, the last one was 45. What is the one on 45? I haven't gotten to that.
Same
page yet.
thing,
Okay.
page 45, line 23, strike participating. This was another Councillor Cassett catch. Sorry, while I get there, my pages are sticking together. Page 45, line 23. Yeah, so it would be strike participating instead of bracketing, which in the bill it's bracketed, but it should be
Okay.
struck.
Thank you. All righty.
Because I think this goes to what the city clerk was suggesting, which is, and part of the confusion around this, the way we talk in our ordinance is we talk about a participating candidate, but nobody knows what that means. So that's why we were changing that label to publicly financed candidates. So we're very clear who we're talking about, because it does get confusing when you get into it.
All good? Any other questions about this set of amendments? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on Amendment A?
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Amendment A has been approved.
Okay, which takes us to Amendment B, which is Counselor Garcia.
Have been adopted by the prior amendment presented by Councilor Romero Worth. But there is actually one additional amendment request that was not included in my proposed amendments that I submitted to the city attorney's office. And that would be, let's see, on page 6. Line 20, I believe. Yes, page 6, line 20. So it was brought up by one of the ECRB members as well, that they had concern regarding the language of business office and it needed to be further clarified. The concern was that it needed to be clearly identified that the business office was solely owned by the candidate. It couldn't be a business office where, I think the example they used was that it was a law office and it was a partnership with folks, and they were then sharing the space with somebody else and utilizing that space, and they didn't feel comfortable with the way it was written. And so they had also recommended that the business office be clarified that it must be solely owned by the candidate. And that was a request I had put into the city attorney's office when I put in my 4 amendment requests, and I don't see it on my amendment sheet B.
Mayor.
Counselor Romero Worth?
So on page 6, one of the amendments we just adopted was to use the current definition of contribution. So this underlined language is now no longer part of the bill because this was
okay.
And the conversation I think it's an example of why we're just going to use the definition we have, and we can have further conversations about an example of a concern that was brought up at ECRB in the coming year. I would say that concern, I think, and we'll have to have some more conversations about it, would be addressed through an in-kind contribution. If you were using an office that didn't belong to you, that would have to be an in-kind contribution to your campaign, and that is the way it would be addressed. And so we can certainly circle back with the member of ECRB that was concerned about that. And I think it's part of the conversations that we'll have as part of the pass of the next bill. But it's that language that was concerning is no longer part of the bill with the adoption of the last amendment, which goes back to the original definitions for contribution.
Thank you for the clarification, Counselor. So with that, Mr. Mayor, this amendment proposed, that we can withdraw it. I don't know. There's no action needed to take.
Thank you, sir. We're good on that one. Counselor Lindell has Amendment C. Would you care to speak to that?
Sure, Mayor. I'm just retaining on page 13, line 11, D, which says written, printed, or posted material shall also have a contact phone number.
And that's retaining current language.
Correct.
Are you going to make a motion, or?
Yeah, I move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to move this amendment. Is there discussion about the pros and cons of retaining the requirement for a phone number? Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with this solely because I remember as a candidate receiving a call from a concerned community member because the person that had posted a sign was obstructing view from somebody in a driveway. And to quickly be able to take that down was, it alleviated the situation very quickly and promptly. Whereas I think what is proposed is that the folks would then contact the city clerk's office. City clerk would then, I assume, contact the campaign's office, and then action would be taken. It just adds an additional step. I think that's unnecessary. I understand the concern around having a phone number on the materials, but that's where campaigns can get a short-term cell phone to utilize for such contact information. That's why I support this amendment. I think the campaigns usually act pretty quickly and responsibly. They don't want to upset potential voters by having signs up in places they shouldn't be. So
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else on this amendment? It's been moved and seconded. Can you call the roll on Amendment C, please?
Yes, Counselor Rivera.
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved for Amendment C.
So we now have a main motion as amended through Amendment A and Amendment C. Is there more discussion about the main motion as amended? Counselor Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know it's probably too late, but I guess I got a question for the sponsor or maybe the city clerk in regards to when this might come before us again, because looking at page 9, number 3, that is, it's talking about the activities of coordinated campaigns. And it talks primarily about opposing candidates. And I think we've now moved into the day and age where coordinated campaigns are ongoing, campaign season or not. And we need to add information or add an additional section here that talks about legislation that's before the governing body. There's been coordinated campaigns through PACs addressing legislation that specifically has been before this governing body in the past. And I think that should pertain to this legislation as well. We should be doing everything we can to ensure that our democratic process is a fair process. And if there is a coordinated effort or against something, the public should be well aware of how that's being coordinated and who's supporting it, whether it's financially, in kind, et cetera. That's just, again, my thoughts. We've moved into a pretty much a full-time campaign process where PACs are operating 24/7, whether a candidate is in office or not. PACs on behalf of that candidate continue to operate, and I think it's at the public's best interest to have them well aware of who is supporting these PACs. And so I think that it's necessary for us to add that. And I don't know if folks are open to entertaining that, but tonight, but I definitely, at minimum, think I'll be bringing this back to introduce that, just because I think it's the citizens' rights to understand who's supporting what part of the democratic process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand that, Counselor. So all the strike through language is back. So it does address coordinated expenditures and coordinated campaigns. So happy to talk with you further about your specific concern for this election cycle. But I think your concern is covered by the current language, which is all back.
Okay. Yeah, let's definitely connect offline because in this language, it skips it. It's talking solely about candidates and not.
Yeah, I think on page 7, line 8, it talks about political committees. But again, we can talk more about it. I think by putting it back in, we are covering it, and it's a big conversation that, can be part of the work once we have more experience, but maybe there's a piece of it that can happen sooner. I don't know, but I know that we're trying to get this passed so that it can be in place for this election cycle.
Sure. Okay.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the sponsor and staff for moving forward with a lot of these changes, particularly the online portal for $5 contributions. That's been long overdue. So I think that's an exciting adjustment and, just cleaning up this ordinance so that it's consistent. The one thing I would flag, I did want to also thank ECRB for their eagle eye on the members that have eagle eyes on getting some of these things consistent. And so I'm glad we're retaining some of the language because I was a little concerned about some of the things they brought up that we hadn't really addressed yet, and it hadn't come through our committees. So we didn't see any amendments yet through the committees after ECRB. So I think it would have been easier to kind of track these if we would have known about them. But here we are, wordsmithing, and we got it done. And I think the other thing I want to flag is there's no language in here that that, how would you say it, that prevents a potential candidate from raising money before the election season starts. So it's very clear when a public campaign finance candidate starts, there's a start date where you have to start getting your $5 contributions. And I think there's no language that prohibits a candidate that's raising private funds from raising funds without actually officially starting or even creating a bank account. So I think we need to flag that. I remember talking to Yolanda Vigil about this, and there was no language that actually prohibited those potential candidates from starting to raise funds. So I want us to fix that soon. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, I think another concern that I've had that I think we ought to look at is, to Councilor Garcia's point about kind of this constant campaign, and it's not just for campaigns around issues, but I think more and more, if you look at the state legislature, they campaign all the time. They never stop and start. And so they're always raising money. And if you're a publicly financed candidate, you're supposed to stop and start, to your point, at defined times. But if you're privately financed, I don't think you have those same rules. And it goes back to, I think, having staff or what we do once we're elected officials too, because part of the reason legislators campaign all year is, or raise money all year, all the time, is that they're building their networks and newsletters and, making sure that they're interacting with their constituents, and they need money to put that material out. So that's something that's always been a little curious to me about the difference between being privately financed and publicly financed in our system. And I don't know how you resolve that. But it's a big thing out there that we have not really dealt with, and I think is going to become an issue. Because I agree with Councilor Garcia that, campaigning is becoming a thing where it happens. There's not a defined season anymore. It's much more. And I don't know, the city clerk is making, and I know she's going to conferences on this stuff and she's way more knowledgeable than I am. So
You perhaps, Mayor Weber and Councilor Merriworth, took the words right out of my mouth. It is true. It's a topic that I've attended conferences. Our senior attorney, Marcos Martinez, who has just been instrumental in all of this. I'm actually wish he was here so I could personally thank him for his efforts. It wouldn't have been done without him, but we've been taking a deeper dive. We've been meeting on a regular basis with the city of Albuquerque, and we've been coordinating a bit with the Secretary of State's office just to navigate some of these issues, see how other communities, other states are running their public campaign financing programs, what they're doing to adjust their laws. And I will say again that this was a first attempt. There's many items that I look forward to diving in deeper on, to having additional conversations. And public campaign financing is one that I think we really do need to focus on in a variety of areas, from amounts to limitations to just different procedures in general. But I look forward to having those conversations. And yes, I also will note that our city attorney's hand is up, and I'll let Attorney McSherry pop in on that. But Councilor Manworth, I hope I at least identified the fact that it is something we want to look at, and in conversations and conferences with other municipalities, something we're working to address.
The city attorney has a caption issue she wants to raise.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I'm actually not so excited to raise this, but our new amendment request form does ask if an amendment will change the caption. I'm not sure that we got that affirmatively one way or the other on a statement, but from the sponsors, but the amendment sheets I received said things would not be changing the caption, but it actually, city clerk and I are just looking, and Councilor Lindell's amendment would change the caption about the phone numbers on signs. So right now the caption says that it's removing that requirement. We would need to amend that part of the caption as well for that amendment. So I think we either need to delay to republish the caption, if that is the interest of the governing body, or we need to rescind that amendment in order to pass this tonight.
So I guess I'm wondering, so what she's saying, Counselor, is that when we adopted your amendment, we've changed the caption, which we have not.
We went against what's in the caption.
Yeah, the caption says we're removing, right? Where is it? What line?
Removing the requirement in section 9-2.5 to post a phone number on campaign materials is a part of the caption. So we've advertised that that's would be the way the bill would be worded. But
I guess the question is, could we bring it back as a separate bill? And that way,
Absolutely, it could be brought back as a separate bill. And I guess I'm not saying you did amend the caption. I'm saying you should, if you're going to amend that section. But in order to do so, we would need to republish it.
Which would delay, which is a problem because we're trying to get this in place for the election.
That's why I'm not excited to bring this to you.
I know, wondering if we can accomplish what's been done here by, I don't know what we do, rescind the amendment and revote on the bill so that it lines up, and then bring Councilor Lindell's idea forward to pull it back. I mean, it's just ridiculous, but I get it.
I guess I understand your point, City Attorney, but how would you ever amend a bill that you don't agree with when the caption is the thing you don't agree with?
Mayor Weber, councilors, if it's the opposite of the caption, then you should vote against the bill. But if the sponsors, I mean, so in this case, it sounds like everyone was fine with taking that out. So we can absolutely amend the caption and republish it. That's always an option. If there's like a lesser included situation, we've had that before where, you know, if it's a certain amount and then we're gonna pay less than what was in a caption. that still puts the public on notice that we're paying up to a certain amount. This is the actual opposite of what the caption says. But only for one element. So you can amend the caption. It's just that we have currently published the opposite of what the amendment says.
And how long does it have to run published? Can we bring it back at
It
the
has to-
next meeting? Or
I'll
do
let
30 days?
Mayor Weber, councilors, it's, I believe it's 14 or 15 days, and Clerk Mahalsik does this. There's a delay from when we alert the paper to when it does publish. So she could give us a more realistic perspective of what the actual timeline is typically.
That is correct. It's actually 17 days because of the delay with the New Mexican from when we send it to them. So if we sent it tomorrow, we would. We would not make the April 12th, and so we would be pushed back to April 26th. If I may, it's not ideal. I also, actually, Councilor Garcia had his hand up. I don't know if you, it's not ideal. I would note though, I think the intent and the amendments have given me enough information that I would feel comfortable drafting all of the campaign material that we provide to candidates in advance of packet pickup, which would be May 8th. So it's not ideal. But I think knowing that we had clear direction and the amendments, we could vote to republish the caption, and then we could start moving forward with, you know, everything else. I would defer to the sponsor on that. I say that as I'm holding my breath, if you can see that, but I do feel like we could still develop all of the appropriate materials for the election, knowing that we would be adopting essentially the appropriate caption. I don't know that we have any other options. I'm asking, Councilor O'Mara-Worth, I don't know if you wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, the only other option is to rescind the amendment, pass it the way it is, and then introduce a new bill that accomplishes what Councilor Lindell is trying to do, which is put the phone number back on and run it on its own. And then you don't hold up the rest of it. But that is a bunch of gymnastics that is crazy.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the example Councilor Mara-Worth just gave, is it too late then to incorporate that? Or keeping that rule, because you're kind of changing it to taking off the numbers, then going back to adding the numbers. That would be after definitely after May 8th, I'm assuming. So that would create an additional complication for you.
I think you, Mayor Weber, sorry, Councilor Garcia, I agree if I'm looking at dates quickly. I would essentially be doing the same thing, which would be preparing campaign material to note that we currently have, a ordinance walking through the process to add the phone numbers back. And so I think that especially because ordinances have other items like public comment that we would have to incorporate, and a longer delay essentially, if you are okay with it, Councilor Mara-Worth, I'm okay to move forward with this. We will republish the caption itself, and I will develop all the campaign material that we normally distribute in the clerk's office with this direction, and it'll be approved about a week before the election, before we kick off packet pickup for publicly financed candidates. So I think.
And that was my question, is because it's going to not be publicly available till May 8th. So if you kind of get it prepped for a potential pre-May 8th approval, then you're good.
So we need to rescind that amendment. So we, no?
No, we're going to move forward. My office will republish the title, and then we'll put the title on.
I think the city, I don't see how this. Go ahead, city attorney. What do you advise?
I propose that we do one more amendment to amend the caption consistent with Counselor Lindell's amendment that has already passed, which would just be striking that section of the caption. And then we would postpone a vote on the legislation until, I guess it's the second April meeting. Is that correct? That's what we're talking about. There would be time to publish, and then we'd vote on it then, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so we're going to need that amendment written, and maybe we can go on to our other agenda items while that happens.
Okay.
Move to lay this on the table.
Second.
Okay, we need to vote on that.
Counselor. Sorry, I didn't get the second on that. Okay. Yes, to lay on the table.
Got it.
All right. Yes. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Sure.
Counselor
Yes.
Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Right.
So we need somebody to sit down and write a proposed amendment for the caption. Aaron, do you want to do that?
Mayor Weber, councils, I'll send something to Christine. I think we're raising the question if anything else needs to be modified. I'm not sure yet. So we will email between each other. I don't have staff available.
Okay. All right. You got it going right now. Thank you. In that case, could you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. The next item is public hearings. And we do have item A, which is 2022-006108 HDRB. It's 462 Arroyo Tenorio. Esteban Trujillo, agent for Janet Desforges, owner, proposed to remodel a contributing structure located in the downtown and east side historic district, which includes the replacement of historic windows on a primary facade. And exception is requested to section 14-5.2 D5A for removal of historic windows. And Heather Lamboy, our assistant land use director, is available for this item.
Thank you. Let me walk everybody through the process. Once again, reminding everyone that first, if anyone has had any pre-hearing communications that would make it impossible to render a fair and impartial decision, now is the time to make that representation. If there are no recusals, we'll start with the land use staff report, follow up by the applicant or the applicant's representative. If we can keep those presentations in the 20-minute area, that'd be great, because then we're going to go to the public for public testimony, sworn public testimony. We'll come back, governing body will be able to ask questions of staff or parties to this matter, witnesses. Anyone testifying to facts must be sworn. Once the governing body questions have all been asked, we'll close the public hearing, entertain a motion, discuss the motion, and finally, at some point, be in a position to take a vote. So first, if anyone does need to recuse themselves, please say so now. Seeing no hands, I will turn it over to you, Ms. Lamboy, for the staff report, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to present an exception to the Historic Districts Ordinance that was recommended by the Historic Districts Review Board to the governing body. The site is located at 462 Arroyo Tenorio, which is in the downtown and east side historic district. This is an aerial, and I know it's sort of hard to see, but there's an arrow where the building is located. It is located between Garcia Street and Old Santa Fe Trail on Arroyo Tenorio. The historic evolution of that area is quite interesting. Actually, the Acequia Madre used to run through this area, and it was a continuation of the Acequia Madre Street until it got moved to the north, where it replaced the name of Manhattan Street, where the current Acequia Madre intersects with Paseo de Peralta. And so things have changed since this 1912 King's map. But you can see highlighted there is 462 Arroyo Tenorio, which is on property that was owned by the Garcia family. So like so many areas in the downtown East Side Historic District, there are historic compounds that are related to families. And so much of this area developed over time. It was agricultural previously, but became family compounds and is a single family detached residence right now. This residence is very emblematic of the evolution of a home as different generations have lived in the home. It was developed by somebody who the Hansons that lived in the house for only 2 years, and then the Ortegas who were married into the family, the Garcia family and different generations have lived in this house. There is the elevation that we're discussing, the windows that we're discussing are here on the west elevation. That's abuts an access drive into other homes, which were also previously occupied by the Garcia family, but has since changed. This elevation was, the building is designated as contributing, and this elevation was considered as primary. So primary facades, I mean, that those facades cannot be changed unless an exception is granted. These are views of the house from the other side, in the interior side of that sort of family compound area off the drive, facing back towards Arroyo Tenorio. The site plan illustrates the house. It has, you can tell the different eras of development, but the central portion was the original house, and then there were additions added over time. This is a floor plan illustrating where the windows are located on the west elevation. There are many windows throughout the entire home that have been replaced already. And this represents sort of the last of the historic fabric of the windows on the house. An elevation drawing as seen from the street illustrates that, it is behind a yard wall, but there is access to that little courtyard area that's at the front between the house and Arroyo Tenorio. The elevations, the windows themselves will be divided light, simulated divided light, modern windows, wood windows with cladding, and will be similar to the windows that have been replaced throughout the house and other elevations. I'll point those out to you in the pictures as well. And this is a view of the rear of the house that as you're facing towards Arroyo Tenorio. So it's layered with many different yard walls around the house, and, has many different steps and all of that. So on the windows that have been replaced are located right here. And the windows, the historic windows are here. I'm sorry, I chose the worst pictures for my final slide. So let me go back to show you the difference between the windows. So these windows are replacement windows, and these windows are the windows that are going to be replaced. So the HDRB found that the material was similar enough and it would not impact the contributing status of the house, and recommended to the governing body that all of the approval criteria have been met, especially with reference to the fact that it does not damage the character of the district, prevents the hardship to the applicant in that they have more energy efficiency, and is a similar design to the historic windows. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Very good. Thank you. We'll come back to you later with questions, I'm sure. Could we have the applicant or the applicant's agent please come forward and present your side and be sworn? I guess the clerk stepped away. Can we swear, administer an oath here? I think it's right there.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand. I state your name,
Evan Trujillo,
residing at street name only.
Houghton Street.
Perfect. Solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. So I'm reading from this historic cultural properties inventory that we did before we got applied for the window replacements. And in it, it says the house has vernacular DNA, but it has been fussed over, rearranged, and expanded upon so that the original form is hard to decipher. The walls appear to be mostly non-historic. And then in the conclusion of the report, the conclusion is based on the fact that each principal elevation is altered. This includes changes of windows, both in terms of deletions and alterations and openings. And the additions made to the rear and what appears to be a radical makeover of the front facade. Portions of the west and south elevations have older wooden windows, but their original origin is unclear. In his window assessment, Ray Patterson, who did our window historic analysis, concluded that more than likely they are not of the original house. Now, when we were at the site, he mentioned that a lot of these windows in the west facade were most likely windows that were purchased in the 80s, and they were probably purchased from Pharaoh's building supply, which no longer exists. In the memo by the city of Santa Fe, they also mentioned the windows on the west elevation. They mentioned the windows are non-historic double hung units with a 6/6 inserted grid. Ray Patterson estimates that the doors and window dates date to the 80s. In the exception criteria, I think it's really important to talk about green building code that we have here, and how a lot of this historic buildings and houses, and I live in one, doesn't have sufficient insulation. They don't have insulation on the walls, in the roof. They don't have insulation on the floors. A lot of the stuff doesn't meet code. And it's, if you have a leaky window, it can be cold in the winter. It's not so bad in the summer because you have the mass of the adobe, but in the wintertime, especially when it's close to zero, that air infiltrates in those windows. So I think in that regard, I think that is being energy efficient is something that the green building code calls for, and it kind of discriminates against these historic buildings because, you know, you really can't touch them, and it takes a lot of money to, if you do touch them. So, but this is one way that we can deal with this infiltration of this cold air, and I think it has the energy, which, you know, we really not really dealing with it in our culture, energy, and how, you know, we've reached peak oil. And that means that, you know, all the oil that we're going to be pulling from the ground or from the ocean is it's diminishing. And even Saudi Arabia now claims that they have reached peak oil. So there's going to be, our future is going to be way different. And I think now we have the money to replace and to upgrade our homes and to do what we can to make them more energy efficient. And I think that is a really important element that the city has adopted with the Green Energy Code. And I think it needs to be implemented into historic buildings as well. Because, you know, energy is not going to get cheaper. There's going to be inflation, making it go up higher. And I think it's really important that we get this windows replaced and upgrade up most of our historic buildings that we can with more energy efficient methods.
Thank you, sir. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, I think Janet was on Zoom.
Mr. Mayor, councilors.
Yes, Mr. City Manager.
I would like to flag that the city clerk has stepped out to speak with the city attorney to work on the amendment language. And so she only has 45 windows open. So let's see what we do here. Wait, you show me? Yes.
There's the
City
city.
clerk's on her way in.
Janet, I believe that you may unmute yourself.
We need to.
Janet, can you hear us? Can you hear me? I can vaguely hear you, Janet.
I'm sorry, I'm having technical trouble.
Now you're loud and clear.
I can hear you now.
Janet, I
Okay.
think we need to ask the city clerk to swear you in here.
Yes, we don't have sworn, right? No one swore her in yet?
No.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Janet, I do need to swear you in. So if you can repeat after me, that would be great. If you could please raise your right hand and then say aye and state your name.
Janet DeForge,
Okay, residing at and you can just say your street name.
Arroyo Tenorio,
Do you
Santa
solemnly?
Fe, Mexico.
Oh, thank you so much, Janet. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? And do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Very good. You have the floor to continue the presentation on your own behalf.
Thank you. I just, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, I just wanted to reiterate to some extent what has been said before and add one or two more points. I think it's important to say that the two windows in question that are on the primary facade, one is located in the dining area, which is the older part of the building. The entire house is about 1,100 square feet, divided into three different portions, as they said, were built at different times. One window is located in the older part of the house, and the other one is in the bedroom. They are not identical, they're different in size, which wouldn't prevent us from replacing them in kind. They would be the identical size, style, materials of wood as the current windows. There were 2 points that I think are important to highlight in the assessments that were done by Ray Patterson, who was with SunWest Construction, and now he's has his own company called Building Specialties. But his real specialty is windows and doing assessments. And he performed 2 for me. One was in September of 2020, because there was severe leakage and the other of water, and the other was done in October of 21. And there were two conclusions that I think, as I say, are very important. And one is that the windows are not original to the house. In fact, they're missing a lot of the pulleys and other hardware that you would find usually in windows that would be original to the house. Secondly, he found in the two exams that he did that the windows are so rotted that they have started to, the water has penetrated through the windows and they've started to attack the adobe, which is really damaging the integrity of the home. And he said that in his assessments that by removing the jambs, you would be destroying the entire window. So it made no sense to try to repair or restore the windows. They were in such poor shape that the only thing that could be done and to save the adobe would be to replace them. I also must say that I love the area where I live, and I respect very much what the Historic Board is doing to try to preserve this area and the character of it. At one point, the Historic Board did say to me that even though they recognize that this is kind of a cobbling together of a home of different elements from different times, including the 90s, the 60s, and the 30s, and that the entire mass was in the character of the neighborhood, even though the city had recommended that we not be considered a contributing house. I agree with that assessment. That is, the mass is in the character of the district, and I consider myself more or less a caretaker of this home. And so I feel that in no way would I be changing the integrity of the house by replacing the windows and protecting the adobe and the home for the future. And that concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you very much. That completes the applicant's comments. Okay. Then let's turn to the public. If there's anybody who wishes to be sworn and testify on this item, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone in the Zoom room? I don't think there's anybody in the council chamber.
Yes, Mayor, Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Okay, we're going to have to swear her in.
Yes. Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, do you want to raise your right hand and then state your name and your street name?
Sure. Stephanie Beninato, District 2.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Very good. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I think given the owner's amplification of the window experts report, I think this is why the Historic Board allowed them this exception, because of the rotted condition of the windows. The exception allows replacement of historic windows even if they are rotted to a certain point. I do just want to, and so I think that you should grant this. Obviously the board's recommending it, and I think that you should follow their recommendation. I just do want to point out there always seems to be some sort of misapprehension. Something that's built more than 50 years ago is considered historic, even if it's an add-on. If the window was replaced before 1973, it is also a historic window. You would know, I think there are dates on windows, at least as they get newer, and certainly 80s windows would be energy efficient more so than a 1930s windows for sure. And I do live in such a house that had pulley windows, that had pulleys, ropes to open and close the windows. I still have some of those. And I know that you can insulate historic homes, even frame homes. I have relatives who have spent a lot of time doing that, but have been successful in actually doing that. And I also think you have to realize that it is an overlay zone. It's not a zoning code, but it is an overlay zone. And so the restrictions there are more so. And that was agreed upon as a policy decision, because that is why people come here, is to understand our history. And I do want to just stick up for the board, because they are concerned about energy efficiency. They certainly, if they were historic windows that were in good condition, they would have recommended using storm windows, which of course would have been energy efficient. So I could just finish. And they also allow solar under certain conditions. And I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the Zoom room or in this room who wishes to testify on this case? I don't see any other hands, Madam Clerk. In that case, let's turn to the members of the governing body. Questions for staff or the applicant or sworn witnesses. I will look for hands to go up. I see no hands going up.
Move for approval.
Let me first just publicly say that we're closing the public hearing, Counselor, just to make it crystal clear. And that if questions came up subsequently, we could reopen it. But in the absence of that, we'll take a motion from anybody who wishes to make a motion. Counselor Rivera.
I move to approve the request for an exception to permit window replacement, which will remove historic material on a primary facade of a historically contributing building.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second to approve the exception. Is there discussion?
Just a question.
Yes, go ahead,
Thank
Councilwoman.
you, Mayor. Just a question for staff. This is the only case that we're going to be hearing, right? Related to this, because it's very odd we're hearing this, and I'm sorry that Mr. Trujillo waited the whole day. He's got to see our whole meeting. But this is the only case, right, that we'll be hearing that passed historic that came to us.
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Villarreal, there's one other exception case, but we have text amendment coming.
Okay.
Next time.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Any other questions regarding the comments about the motion on the floor? Madam Clerk, can you call a roll?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Sorry to make you wait so long, but thank you for hanging in there with us. Madam Clerk, before we get to the amendments that you and the city attorney have been working on, or the amendment, why don't we do the appointments and then take up the amendment item last?
All right, the first is appointment item 20A. It's an appointment for a Charter Review Commission member. It's for Bridget Dixon. It's an appointment to fill a vacancy.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Curious how much time they have to finish their work. I thought they were already.
They've got a few weeks left to go. And I spoke with Ms. Dixon. She understands she's coming in at the tail end of this, but still wanted to have the opportunity to fill that vacancy.
You wouldn't have had any knowledge of previous discussions, previous conversations. I know they had breakout sessions. Just seems odd that she's coming on to be a vote.
Well, the vacancy was created at the last minute by somebody who was unable to continue. Any other questions about the appointment? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Abstain.
and Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes. The next item on the agenda is appointments to the Santa Fe Sisters Committee. We have Carol Robertson Lopez. It's a reappointment with a term expiring in March of 2027. Stuart Ashman with an appointment term expiring in March of 2027. Satori Murata, an appointment term ending in March of 2027. Carrie Cottle, an appointment term ending in March of 2025. Jill Heppenheimer with an appointment term ending in March of 2025. Joe Sheps with an appointment term ending in March of 2025. Jeff Case, an appointment as an alternate with a term expiring in March of 2025. Judith Moore, an appointment as an alternate term ending in March of 2025. And Ron Press, an appointment as an alternate term ending in March of 2025.
And I believe there's one more that will make the slate next time.
That is correct, Mayor. One more appointment will be on the agenda on
Okay,
April
is
12th.
there a motion? There's a second?
Second.
There discussion? Madam, oh, Councilwoman Viorel, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. I had asked for the memo because I don't know if everyone knows what the Sister City Committee does. The memo that was produced didn't provide much information. So I'm just curious about the makeup of the committee, if there's certain criteria for this committee, if it's supposed to have a district balance. And I think the vacancies were advertised in, October or something. So maybe first those questions, and then I had another question.
Do you want me to take that or you want to go for it?
I was not, I apologize, Mayor.
As far as I know, there are no criteria. So what we've done is to try to look for people and with an interest in both arts, culture, and international relations. People who have a personal experience or a business experience that involves relationships with international destinations and relationships. As far as I know, there is no makeup or requirement by district. And the function of the Sister City Committee is really an important one. We have a very active relationship with sister cities around the world, but we as a city government don't typically or historically apply a lot of staff time to it. And so the committee has taken it upon themselves to be our agents. And Carol Robertson Lopez in particular has achieved a great deal of notoriety, fame, recognition for the role she has played in sister cities around the world and bringing those folks here to Santa Fe. And so in a way, what we've done is to ask them as volunteers to be our agents to represent the city in the Sister Cities network. That's a very, in some cities around the country and around the world, it's a very active part of their community and of the city government. We, as far as I know, have never really put a lot of staff or money or time into it and asked the volunteers on this committee to be our agents in taking on that work.
Thank you. And is there a budget for this committee?
Not to my knowledge. No.
No, so, Councilor Lindell and I have always brought up this committee, like, what do they do? What are the benefits? What's even just visits, like, what does that garner for our city? And I remember they gave us a report of, I don't know how many years ago. It would be good to, and I know nothing has happened because of COVID, but it would be good to hear, get some information about how does this support us as a city? How does this support our sister cities and those relationship building? And I think it would help to just get more information from, I'm not sure who would provide it, if it's Randy Randall from our tourism office or yeah, I'm not sure. So that would be helpful for me. And then the other thing is in the seeking membership notice, it says there are no term limits for these folks, but we just voted on term limits. So that's kind of contrary to what it says. And I don't know if that's even, doesn't make sense. We should always have term limits.
Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, we should have included term limits. I'll double check the announcement. However, it was, I believe it is in the packet, both the memo, but also memo and resumes. Sorry, I have many tabs open. But then we also uploaded the Santa Fe Sisters Creating Authority. It's the second item in the packet material that does outline the terms of the committee members and then also the tasks for their powers and duties. I apologize, Randy was not available for this item, but I will check on the announcement and why there were no terms.
I'll forward it to you. And I didn't see this authority sheet. It wasn't in there earlier today. I did get the memo. I did see that, but I just saw this authority one now.
Okay, I apologize. Geraldine told me that she updated it when she spoke with you about the memo.
Yeah, I didn't see the authority one, but thank you for that.
Yes.
It's helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's all. Those are the questions I have.
Thank you. Other questions? We have yes, go ahead.
Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, just as one additional notification, when we do provide information to the candidates that they were appointed to the committees, we do let them know what their terms are as well. So I just want to make sure that we clarify, they do know that they have term limits.
Great. Other comments, questions about the nominees? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And now you have some language for us about the item that was put on the table. We should take it off the table.
Yes.
I move to take it off the table.
Motion to take it off the table in a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, just to confirm, that was Counselor Cassett and Counselor Romero
Lindell.
Lindell with the second. All right. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. So you want to, how would you like us to look at the amendment that
I'm going to do a screen share. Aaron provided the amendment in writing. And give me one moment.
Mayor Weber, councilors, we did identify that it's a couple of the amendments actually impacted the caption.
Yes, very well. Can you see that? Everyone?
no?
No? All right. Let me stop sharing really fast and see if I can make that larger.
Yes, sir.
While we're waiting. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Ms. McSherry, so now we're significantly changing the caption from what was advertised to the public. Is that a wise thing for us to be doing since they all believed in it and felt something else was going out, and since the amendments weren't in the packet until later?
Mayor Weber, councilors, so what I'm suggesting is if you do adopt this amendment, that you postpone a vote on this until the end of April so that we can republish the caption. It's mostly removing parts of the caption, so reducing the number of changes. And then we would have all the amendments that are adopted tonight and the amended caption on the April 26th meeting.
So why do we have to change the caption tonight if it's gonna have to go through that process anyway?
Mayor, but Councilor Rivera, in order to publish a different caption, we need to have one that you have adopted, because right now all we have is the caption that was proposed initially. But basically, I don't think some of the amendments we either need to do this or we need to rescind some amendments in order to pass the legislation. Or we need to vote the legislation down.
There's so many amendments that were adopted tonight. It's hard to go back and reference what was changed and what is on the caption itself to make sure that we've actually collected everything.
So Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, that's exactly what Christine and I just did, is we just went through the caption word by word and determined which words that we understood should still be there based on the amendments you adopted tonight. So, I mean, we can do that as a group.
So you're confident this is it?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I'm willing to sign off on this, but I also signed off on the ones that said they didn't need caption changes earlier today. So these were all very last minute.
Yeah, that's my concern. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Counselor. Counselor Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just note that a lot of the changes that we've adopted were just typos, strike throughs that shouldn't have been struck through, words that should have been struck through. So, and we're going back to current law. So I agree that this kind of hurry up offense last minute thing we should avoid in the future, but while there were a lot of amendments, most of them were just correcting drafting errors.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Mayor Worth, if I can, what's displayed on the screen right now is the new caption, and you can, Aaron highlighted and then underlined, we're adding certain to help clarify the definition and responsibilities line, and then we're removing the section that basically removing the requirement in section 9-2.5 to post a phone number on campaign materials, and then amending section 9-2.6 to incorporate the previously amended definition of independent expenditure.
Mayor or Council, those are two changes that we undid night earlier with amendments. So we went back to prior law on those. So this is just taking out the change. So we would no longer be making those changes in the bill. We'd be retaining the prior language.
Is there a motion on this amendment?
Second.
There's a motion to approve this amendment and there is a second. There are concerns about how confident we are that we've got it right. I think the city attorney, Madam City Attorney, if we made this amendment tonight, what would be, and we're not going to make the next council meeting anyway. Do you have the opportunity to revisit this and potentially change the caption again?
Mayor over councilors, we would like to get the caption right. We are amending the political and campaign code sections 1 through 3. We are updating certain definitions and responsibilities. We are creating a common section of definitions. You are removing, at least in the current version, the section regarding a written candidate acknowledgement and familiarity with the campaign code. You are no longer removing the requirement to post a phone number. You are no longer amending the definition of independent expenditure. You are removing the requirements to identify a specific candidate or ballot question in political committee disclosures. You are updating the finance reporting schedule, although not as much as you were previously, but that's still a correct statement. You are expressly permitting electronic contributions. And you are, the intent was, and I think we've accomplished this, to replace all references of participating candidate with publicly financed candidate.
Okay. Questions about the motion on the floor and the drafting of the caption? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Just asking if there's anything we added with the amendments that we might have missed in the caption.
Is there anything inadvertently omitted from the caption of things that were added rather than restored?
I think this captures it. I mean, mostly we were going back to current law, right? So we went back to having the reporting requirement the day before the election. We went back to the original definitions. We went back to having a phone number for three. We went back to the original definitions for 3 items. Independent expenditures, coordinated expenditures, and contributions. And we went back to having a phone number on signs. So because that's all current law, it shouldn't be in the title. And then a lot of it was just drafting errors. And then, you know, this says we're removing the phone number and we're not. So we just need to strike that out. So I think it captures it.
Other questions or comments?
Mayor Weber, Attorney McSherry has her hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Aaron, you have the floor.
However, thank you. And I would just say, I just reviewed the amendments again, and none of them have insert verbiage, so I don't think we added any new language. It was mostly restore, and
Good.
and make some fixes.
Great. Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we call the roll? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this amendment?
Sorry, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
I'm gonna abstain and I like to explain why and then make a comment.
Yes, Counselor.
Counselor O'Mara-Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Counselor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks, Mayor. Briefly, there was just too many amendments made tonight, and refreshing to try to follow them all. So I'm okay with the consideration of the bill, but I'd like to review it all and just make sure that I'm comfortable with everything in there, including the caption itself. And Aaron, just as Miss Iannarino's about to start, it's really helpful to have the red line, green line, blue line for all the amendments that come out on one specific sheet. Easier to follow, easier to track and just look at one document. So when at all possible, if we can get amendments done in that way, I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments? In that case, I believe nope.
We need to vote to postpone the vote on this item to the April 26th meeting.
Okay, I'd like to get a motion to that effect.
Move to postpone this item to April 26th governing body meeting.
There's a motion to postpone to the April 26th governing body meeting.
Yeah.
Discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Counselor Lindell. Yes. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Mara-Worth, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. That completes our work for tonight, and we are adjourned. Thank you.